Party.
It works. The hammer works. I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting August 15th, 2024. Could I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Light? Present. Commissioner Boswell? Commissioner Craig?
Present.
Commissioner Gaddis?
Present.
Commissioner Conroy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamb?
Here.
Chairperson Hazeltine?
I'm here. Thank you. Okay, salute to the flag.
Yes.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
Motion to approve the order of agenda.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. A motion for the blue folder items
Motion to receive and file blue folder items.
and a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Okay. So consent calendar, these are business items that are formally noticed to public hearing or those pulled for discussions are assigned to the consent calendar. Anybody can poll and talk about one of these items. Do we have anybody online or on the phone wanting to talk about that?
We have 2 e-attendees and none have raised their hand.
Okay, so could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
And a second?
Second.
In favor? Aye. And no opposed? Anybody opposed? No. Okay. This is the public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Is there anybody that wanted to speak on non-agenda items? No, okay. And then anybody that wanted to speak on the public hearings, J1 or 2, have you guys, everybody filled out a little paper? They're in the entry. Okay, is there anybody online that would like?
Yes, we have one person online that would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead. State your name and where you, what district you're from. Hello?
Yeah, I just got unmuted. Mark Nelson, Redondo Beach. I'm commenting on Beach City's pre-CUP filing with the city. That was the last stake in the ground that the public will ever see before the final CUP is filed. Beach City stated, similar to other projects that apply for a conditional use permit, the public will be able to access the plan when it is submitted to the city. Number one, there are 312,000 square feet of buildings on the Beach City site, and it's 9.95 acres. That's according to their EIR notice of preparation. That yields a FAR of 0.72. Number two, the hospital building is 158,000 square feet, but only 962 of those square feet are at the maximum height of 76 feet above the front door. The rest of the hospital is 51 feet 6 inches, and this is all according to Beach City's diagrams. So that means that only 0.6% of the hospital is at 76 feet, and 99.4% is 52 feet or lower. The visual mass of that hospital is far, far less than 158,000 square feet at 76 feet tall. Number three, Beach City's proposed a total development of 792,520 square feet, which would yield a FAR of 1.83. Number four, Beach City's proposed the assisted living at 108 feet and 8 inches above Beryl Street and 82 feet above the front door of the RCFE. That building is a T shape, runs down Beryl, and then it tees on Flagler, where it goes both north and south. Number 5, unlike the current 514 building that is centered on the parcel with only 962 square feet of penthouse that's over 400 feet from adjacent homes, the proposed RCFE, or assisted living, is 109 feet above the surrounding homes and as close as 295 feet from Redondo Beach homes and as close as 122 feet from Torrance homes on the south by Flagler. Redondo homes will have to look up at a 20-degree angle to see over the assisted living, while Torrance homes will have to look up at a 42-degree angle to see over the assisted
Time.
living.
Motion to extend?
Second.
A minute would be helpful. Thank you. Number 6, Beach Cities decided to ignore phase 2 in its pre-cup, thereby piecemealing the project. So referring to the main drawing set, those plans show a parking ramp that is next to the 1400 block of Diamond, which is residential land use. That ramp alone is 292,500 square feet, and it's 72 feet above the ground and 101 feet above Diamond Street. It's 165 feet from the homes, and they will have to look up at 35 degrees to see the sky. So recap, current FAR is 0.72, 99.4% of the hospitals 52 feet or less. The proposed project has a FAR of 1.83, and 100% of it is between 101 feet and 108 feet 9 inches tall above residential land.
Time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Non-agenda items. Okay. Did we have any written comments on non-agenda items?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, so now ex parte communication. Can we start with Sheila? And why don't we can do both J1 and J2, I guess, at the same time?
Sure. For the J1, my ex parte was with Chair Hazeltine. And for J2, my ex parte communication was with Commissioner Craig, Planning Manager Scully, Planning Director Weiner, and members of the public.
Okay, and Commissioner Jason? Conroy? I drew a blank. Commissioner Conroy?
No ex parte communication to report.
Okay, and Commissioner Gaddis?
None to report.
And Commissioner Light?
None to report.
On either one of those?
Either J1 or J2.
J2, we talked about last time. Okay, and Commissioner Boswell?
What, you gonna skip him?
Well, I'm coming back this way.
So I had
Here we go.
absolutely no ex parte communications based on our meeting a few months ago where we were told it's a bad idea. And that if you did, you need to go into a lot of detail about the exact nature of that contact so that everyone in the public knows everything that's going on. So considering how complicated that gets, I think it's probably better to do it all here. So that's my approach now.
Okay.
Unless someone has decided that we should do it differently. I thought we had agreed, but maybe
I do
not.
think it's a good idea to get the public comment, talking to people that are in the area and things like that. But that's up to you. You know
But then
what I
are we
mean?
supposed to share
I
that
had heard that it
information?
wasn't.
Well, yeah, I will. I'll share that today. Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Craig?
Yes, as Commissioner Lamb mentioned earlier, she and I spoke about J2. And I spoke briefly with the chairperson, Hazeltine, a little bit on J2. On J1, I spoke with Councilmember Todd Lowenstein briefly, and that's it.
Okay, J1, I spoke with Commissioner Lamb, and I spoke with a man at the car wash today and asked him what he thought. And then on J2, a continuation of last 2 weeks ago, I spoke with Commissioner Lamb, and I spoke with staff, and I spoke briefly with Commissioner Craig. Okay, that's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a motion.
Chair
Yes.
Hazeltine, if it pleases the commission, I could describe what I discussed, if you like.
I'm okay with not doing it. Does anybody want Sheila to describe in detail?
Well, I don't know that it's so much up to us, but when this was discussed in our meeting a few months ago, it sounded like it exposes you to legal actions if someone in the public should decide that you have not disclosed everything that you know that impacts your decision. So again, that's why I've purposely not had ex parte communications with anyone, because the opportunity to leave out one little thing gives someone the opportunity to do the kind of lawsuit that we've already seen happen in this city, where someone may want to intimidate public commissioners or officials or council members or mayors or whoever with some lawsuit that they now need to come up with a lot of money to defend themselves on, whether it's valid or not. Plus,
Well, I
the
think
decision that is made by the commission could be reversed, could be thrown out. It sounds like it's just a lot of trouble. So it's a decision that I've made based on information that I was given and risks that I was made aware of. If anybody else chooses to do it differently, that's your own risk taking.
Thank you. Okay,
So
thank you.
there it is.
Yeah, thank you. We all up here are very, very aware of the Brown Act and what we can and can't do. And matter of fact, I had a conversation with Commissioner Conroy just before we started that it's so important that all 7 of us really talk a ton when we're up here, because we can't talk when we're out there. So just so that you all know, we can't talk when we're not up here. So that's why we share ideas and what we're thinking about something. So we're really, really well versed in that. We're very, very aware of that. But thank you for your concern. We have a public hearing, J1, for the consideration of an exemption declaration, conditional use permit, and planning commission design review to allow for construction of a new 1,862 square foot single-family commercial building with 2 mechanical parking lifts and operations of a liquor store on property located at 510 North Pacific Coast Highway in the commercial C2B zone. I'd like,
Open the public hearing.
and a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, okay. And anybody that's going to be speaking on this project, can you stand up and take an oath on that? That'd be great. And you just promise to tell the truth, the whole truth? Yes, ma'am. Okay, great. Okay, and then we probably, I'm sure, have a
Staff report.
staff report from both, maybe Sean Sully and Victoria Bansfield. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At this moment, I'm going to turn it over to our Associate Planner, Victoria Banfield. She's done a comprehensive report on this, and she'll make that presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Planning Commissioners, Chairperson Hazeltine. The item before you is consideration of an exemption declaration, conditional use permit, and Planning Commission design review for the construction of a 1-story commercial building with 2 mechanical parking lifts and the operation of a liquor store at 510 North Pacific Coast Highway. The project site is located on the east side of North Pacific Coast Highway, north of Barrel Street. It also has a frontage on North Guadalupe Avenue. On the screen, it's highlighted with the red box around it. The site is zoned commercial C2B. The properties to the north, south, and west are all zoned C2B and developed with commercial buildings. The properties to the east across North Guadalupe Avenue are zoned R3, which is low-density multifamily residential. And they are all developed with 2-story multifamily residential The lot is approximately 6,410 square feet. And there's currently an existing 1,200 square foot building, which was built in 1954 and previously housed a legal non-conforming liquor store, which did not have a CUP or a conditional use permit. The project proposes to demolish the building. The site also has an existing driveway which connects North PCH to North Guadalupe, and 8 non-conforming parking spaces, as there's not enough backup distance to comply with today's current standards. The new project proposes a 1,862 square foot, 1-story commercial building, which would be located towards North Pacific Coast Highway. The project would remove the driveway access from North PCH and create a compliant 2-way driveway from North Guadalupe. The project proposes 7 parking stalls. However, due to the narrow width of the lot, the applicant is proposing to utilize 2 mechanical parking lifts in order to comply with the city's requirements. This is a rendering that the architect has provided to show the front of the building facing North Pacific Coast Highway. The proposed height is 29.5 feet tall, which is below the maximum height limit of 30 feet. The adjacent commercial building to the north, on the left side of the screen, is a single-story structure with a mezzanine level, and it's approximately 28.5 feet tall. And to the south, the commercial building is a 2-story, 22.5 foot tall building. The front facade has 3 different levels. So you'll see the front facade above the sign has a landscape area, a green roof. And then above that, there's another step back where there's more landscape with a tree proposed on the roof. So that helps break up the front facade. And this would be the view from North Guadalupe, the rear of the building. Staff had discussions with the applicant to reduce the height of the building, and the applicant has reduced the rear wall, which faces the residential properties on North Guadalupe. So the height of the rear wall would be 24 feet rather than 29.5. And you can see that different layer there with the tree behind it, also on the roof. So the reason this project is coming to Planning Commission for design review is actually not because the building itself required design review, it's because of the mechanical lifts. So the parking standards for commercial land uses in this zone do not contain provisions for mechanical parking lifts. However, the parking standards for the Artesia and Aviation Corridor Area Plan do allow for mechanical parking lifts through the approval of an administrative design review. So although this project is not located in the ACAP, it is located on the PCH commercial corridor, and it is a narrower lot, less than 50 feet wide, which presents constraints in meeting the required number of parking spaces. So staff is bringing this as an unusual project, which is one of the requirements in the Planning Commission design review, is that we can bring an unusual project to the Planning Commission for approval. So we're presenting this request to allow for the mechanical parking lifts on this project site.
Okay, great. Would the applicant like to add anything to that?
I don't think she's finished.
I'm sorry?
Still going.
She's still going.
Oh, gosh.
You weren't
done, were you?
Oh,
Unless that was enough.
I must have heard a period in there. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So on the screen, I'm including a screenshot of the site plan, which shows the 2 parking stalls that are circled with red. Those would have the 2 mechanical lifts. So the applicant has moved those towards the building away from the residential uses on North Guadalupe. The lifts themselves will have a maximum height of 9 foot 6 inches. And we've also asked for the decibel level, which is below the maximum allowed for that zone. We're recommending that there's a condition of approval for those lifts, that they only be operated by the staff as employee parking, so that the public doesn't have to operate the parking lifts and the applicant doesn't have a full-time parking operator there. So all of the ground level parking spaces would be used by the public, and only the 2 spaces that are lifted would be used by the 2 employees on site. And then the conditional use permit component is for the liquor store itself. So the proposed new liquor store would be open Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., Friday through Sunday, 8 a.m. to midnight. The previous liquor store was open 7 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., 7 days a week. And we did ask the Redondo Beach Police Department if they received any calls for service at this site in anticipation of any potential negative impacts with the late night hours. And so we did find out there were 4 calls of service in the last 2 years. The calls all occurred between the hours of 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. So based on the hours of the call, it did not appear that the late night hours created a nuisance for the neighborhood. The store would also offer groceries and food items. And as I mentioned, maximum of 2 employees on site. And deliveries would occur in the rear parking lot. So no deliveries on PCH, which would reduce any impacts to traffic on PCH. The removal of the parking space or the driveway on PCH also opens up an additional street parking for the public. And then I've included in the slides the required criteria for conditional use permit, as well as Planning Commission design review, in case any of the commissioners want to go back through those criteria. But staff is recommending that Planning Commission open the public hearing, take testimony, close the public hearing, and make a determination regarding the project. Staff is recommending approval. That concludes the staff report. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Planner.
One question.
Yeah.
Is there an open liquor store there right now?
Yes.
It's been closed.
Yeah, I didn't
This
see
year.
it driving over here. There's a liquor and cigar shop, but that's not it. That's down the street from
It's
it.
that little rundown shack thing that leans up against the building next to it.
I missed it.
Probably a historic landmark. So we need to be careful, I'm gonna be,
Didn't sound like it.
is that like some kind of rare architectural design there?
Would the applicant like to comment, make a comment?
No, they did a wonderful job. I'd like to thank.
Well, come on up. And your name, and tell us a little bit about the project.
My name is Brian Winters. I'm the architect on the project.
Oh, great.
And I'd like to thank both Shauna and Victoria for their diligence. They've really helped us kind of move along and get us here to this point. They've been fun to work with. The project, we feel, is going to be a contribution to this neighborhood. What you're seeing there now is zip by it. It's a very dilapidated kind of eyesore looking kind of thing. It was an existing liquor store before, and now is currently closed. And it was for sale, and then kind of looking at an ROI and trying to give back to the neighborhood as a semi-mini mart to help. We've gotten feedback from the neighbors that they do miss getting a bottle of wine, getting some milk, et cetera, those sorts of little things. It's beneficial for the neighborhood. We've gotten a recommendation from the owner of the building to the south, Patrick Cunningham, who is also an architect. Really nice guy. He's very much in approval of the project as well. And the only tough thing about this project was the parking. And that's kind of why you see things never developed, because the parking is very, very difficult in these beach cities. So that's why we're here asking for that approval, is to kind of help that neighborhood get a little bit up on its legs a little bit.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is there anybody that wanted to speak
I
on?
have a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind. How high are the ceilings in this store?
19 feet.
19-foot ceilings, okay. Is that like a standard thing or?
Well, what they like to do in some of those liquor stores is on the back wall behind the cash wrap is do the kind of higher end, more expensive displays and kind of put them up on a higher zone and with a rolling ladder sort
Yeah,
of thing.
I see a ladder in
Oh,
there. So they're.
nice.
There you go, that's good.
Okay.
You got that, that was good.
That was my next question. What's the ladder for? And that's for
Yeah.
climbing up this 19-foot wall
For the good stuff.
of great.
That's where the good
great
stuff
liquor,
is,
huh?
yeah.
Oh, you know
Okay.
you're going to be there, Rob.
Yeah, I know. I live around the
Just up
corner.
the street.
But,
So you were at the old Knicks possibly?
hmm?
You went to the old Knicks if
But
you.
yeah, I would, yeah.
Frequent.
No. I have a question for staff too. Do we have any other place that you know of in Redondo Beach with this type of mechanical parking elevator?
You know, we do have recently for the Legato Hotel, that was approved with a number of mechanical lifts. But it is-
Which hotel is this?
the Legato.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. But they're coming up more and more. But to, you know, to bring, that we've brought to the planning commission, I think, and that Legato was the last example down in South Redondo.
Okay,
So,
but to your knowledge, this has not been implemented before in Redondo Beach?
it has not, no.
Huh, interesting, because it isn't something I see very often.
Thank you.
Have you, I mean, on other projects, put these types of parking mechanical elevators
In
in?
Los Angeles, that's very welcomed as well. Tandem parking in Hermosa Beach is also kind of catching on in single-family residential is a big draw.
These
but-
types of elevators?
Yeah, we're putting them in single-family residential as
Really?
well.
Okay.
And increasing the ceiling height, so you could actually get 4 cars instead of 2. Because, you know, you have people over at the beach, come on in, so you get 4.
Okay.
Yeah. But it, you know, like staff recommended, it's only gonna be for employees, so their costs will be up, and then they'll have access for customers.
Huh, okay. I'm just trying to
Anybody else
picture
have anything?
myself driving in under this car to park my car.
Oh.
It's like,
Well, it's no different than it being in a parking structure, I suppose.
okay. Okay, it's just unfamiliar, that's all.
Okay, Commissioner Craig.
Actually, yeah, they're very common to Commissioner Gaddis. They're very common in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa, the stack lifts, especially people that have exotic cars. It's much more common.
Residential though.
Yeah, residential only though. I had a question with regarding the, I noticed on the architectural drawing, there was some staggered roof line. So it went up and then cut in and there wouldn't be a giant block on the facade. Is that going to be a roof top deck or just like a planter box?
It's all mechanical up there, as well as solar panels, and roof access
Okay.
and skylights.
Okay, Commissioner Boswell.
So all your deliveries are going to be in the back?
Correct.
because I guess you really can't deliver in the front.
Yeah, we would not be blocking PCH at all.
So in the back, and I'm looking at the picture right now, you have a block wall and then a place where people can enter into the parking lot. What's the width there, and is that wide enough for the kind of big
Yes,
delivery trucks here?
I believe,
Probably have?
yep, off the top of my head, I believe it was 18 feet. Yes, 18 feet.
Okay. We had considerable problems with a 7-Eleven on 190th Street some years ago where the delivery trucks were these big 18-wheelers, and they would not park on the cross street where they were supposed to. They would park on 190th.
Right.
They would block all kinds of stuff. They'd stay there forever. And caused quite a problem in the area. A lot of people were complaining about that. So what's the, and I don't know as the architect or the owner would answer this, but what's the strategy for reining in that kind of behavior and keeping them from disturbing the neighborhood?
Well, clearly, I do think that it would be observed by staff that was there directing deliverers to park where they need to be parking instead of parking just adjacent to on Guadalupe, for instance, and blocking other traffic and flow of traffic. And the hours are helpful as well for the deliveries. But we did designate on the site plan the loading zone for limited time. So we feel like it's actually the easiest spot for them to be parking, because on Guadalupe, there is quite a bit of residential parking down there. So I would think that if they pulled up there in the morning hours, they would find cars and nowhere to park. So leaving them only to park on in the parking lot. Oh, sorry, this is the owner?
Yeah.
Come on up.
Has he
Come
been
on.
We need
sworn
to
in?
swear him
And
in.
then could you just go ahead and,
How do I swear in?
you're just gonna say the truth, the whole truth,
The truth, the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth?
nothing but the truth.
Okay.
So the typical delivery truck is no different than like an Amazon delivery truck. It's not an 18-wheeler that's gonna be delivering these packages or doing all that, so it'll just be a much smaller delivery truck making the deliveries. And they come by week, or multiple times a week, so they don't have a big load.
Okay,
Now,
perfect.
that is exactly what the 7-Eleven had arranged, and yet the truck drivers were just parking wherever they wanted to. And the people in the neighborhood just got madder and madder. What's your strategy for reining in delivery people that aren't following the rules?
It's gonna be enforced heavily on them that they need to,
How?
the employees, we tell them that,
Possibly changing
How?
vendors.
How? Okay, there's an idea, but that's pretty drastic.
It is.
so.
And if you haven't, you probably should sit down and think, what are we gonna do
If.
when somebody repeatedly violates our requirements for
All the
parking?
vendors we have, it's probably 3 or 4 main vendors. We operate about 22 stores in Southern California. It's the same 3 or 4 people that are making the deliveries. So when we tell them something, we have a lot of weight and power in making sure that it's followed through and it gets done the way that we need it to get done. So making sure that, hey, all deliveries need to be coming in from the back and making sure that they don't occupy any space on PCA.
So I'm glad that you have a detailed process, but I'm still waiting to hear what is the strategy for reining in people who don't follow it repeatedly.
I mean,
Can I
Well,
interrupt for just 1 second,
Yeah.
Commissioner Boswell? Commissioner Sully, would you like to address that? Because I know that's would be something with complaints and things like that.
Yes, certainly. Well, the recourse the city has is typically complaint-based. And then when a complaint is received, our department will vet that and then make a determination if it's reasonable. Then we would bring in our code enforcement division. They would take action, citations as well. And then ultimately, if we're not able to get a remedy of the violation, then it comes back to this body. And you have an opportunity to revoke or modify the conditional use permit and planning commission design review.
Is there some traffic ticketing or parking violation that comes into play on these things?
I don't believe it'd be a traffic citation. I think it would be a violation we would cite in non-compliance with the approved plans.
Is
And
that
so
is that a monetary fee or citation to us, or is it to the deliverer? How does that work? I'm not-
I think I'm going to caveat my response, but I believe it would go against the property owner.
Probably. Well, there you go. Then it would
So-
come to the
so-
property owner, and then we would hand it down to them.
Okay, so,
So a good strategy could avoid all that mess. So
Right.
I would recommend that you come up with something. Not
Great.
tonight,
Great.
but
That's a good idea.
yes.
okay, anybody else?
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Conroy?
I don't get that kind of respect from my peers.
Yeah, a few things. I'm not as familiar with the lifts as maybe some of the other commissioners are. It's a mechanical device. It's not part of the land. So what are the maintenance requirements for that?
I did speak with the vendor, and they're very operational, and just very, I think it's every 6 to 8 months, they need to be just lubed and greased for the hydraulic.
So you have a vendor that comes out and periodically checks them and keeps them running, right? And then if something goes wrong, then they come out and fix it, right? Okay, so what's the recourse if if a lift stops working permanently? Is that something where, I mean, how does the city
We would
address that?
replace
Now, all
it.
of a sudden, this proposed anticipated parking just goes away.
Well, I would assume that it would have to be replaced if it quit working.
How does that happen? So what I'm saying is, what's the process in which, not saying it's going to happen with you, sir, or that it's going to happen in the next 5 years, but, you know, look around. This building was here since 1953, right? So in 50 years from now, if that mechanical lift just stops working, and whoever owns the building at that time is like, you know what, we'll just use the parking we have. What recourse is there for that?
If the property is sold, maybe it needs to be a recorded covenant registered at the county, that the operational lifts need to be maintained, updated, and functional at all times.
Yeah, I think somewhere.
And again, if I may, Chair and
Yeah.
Commissioner Conroy, it would be treated just like any other required element of the development.
Okay.
If it's not in compliance, they're given an opportunity to remedy the deficiency. Otherwise, it comes back to this body, and they could lose the conditional use permit for the liquor store itself ultimately as an ultimate penalty. But certainly, we would expect them to repair the lift.
The lift, okay, excellent.
Okay. Next question for staff. You mentioned that lifts like this are currently allowed in ACAP?
Correct, yes.
So how is it that we have an allowance in that area, but not citywide?
Well, yeah, the way we're bringing it to this body is through the Planning Commission Design Review entitlement, which has an unusual development criteria. And and that's one of the questions for the commission tonight. And two things. So we allow it in the ACAP. We see it, the corridor, the PCH corridor and our TG Aviation corridor very similarly in terms of lot constraints. So parking is really constrained, and this is another creative way to solve it. So we know we can approve it there by zoning ordinance directly. In other areas outside, we do have precedents at the Hotel Legato. And then secondarily, we have the mechanism of the Planning Commission Design Review to bring it here as a somewhat conditionally permitted type development standard or development.
I feel a little like my back's against the wall. Like these two gentlemen have put a lot of time, effort, and money into this. And now, so I would feel like guilty telling them like, I'm not comfortable with parking lifts in the area. It seems to me like we're doing this kind of piecemeal as a city. And we need to have either we allow this and there's probably other sorts of development items that I'm not thinking of right now, but and I imagine that's part of what we have other meetings for, right? But is this approving it here doesn't mean that now it's allowed throughout PCH corridor,
No, it would
right?
always be subject, anywhere outside the ACAP area would always be subject to the issuance of a Planning Commission Design Review. So in this case, we feel it's so similar in terms of the constraints of the lot. They couldn't build this, redevelop this site with the current parking standards the way they are. So this gives us some flexibility and creativity to allow new development, revitalizing that property with a development that works for the property owner as well as for the city. That's
You're
staff's
saying
opinion.
this lot could not be developed at all for
No.
any use?
What I'm saying is that they would have to reduce the size of the liquor store
Right.
considerably in order to make the parking and, meet the strict parking generation rate.
Right?
Right.
Same
And-
reason I can't build a 4-story house on my lot, right? Because there's restrictions.
Understood. We don't see that this development is out of scale or character in any other way, in height or setbacks or anything.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Conroy. Next, Commissioner Lamb.
First, I want to commend Assistant Planner Victoria Bannon for this creative solution to the parking issue. I'm familiar with ACAP, and it's my understanding that if a similar plan were to be put into place here, at PCH, where your liquor store is planned, that these mechanical lifts would be included in a plan. Is that, I think that was the idea, was that we would iterate ACAP and do very similar things. So that into the future, we would have this as an option, as it so is well working for this liquor store. So I want to commend Ms. Bannon for this creative solution. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the green roof. We can't really see the green roof. So I wanted to, if you could describe a little bit. Again, I want to commend you for sort of forward thinking. We think green roofs are a great deal. And so we want more of them. So tell us a little bit about that green roof.
Well, there's 3 different ones, as well as the greenery offset the public right-of-way and near the entry. They act as a insulation barrier. 2, they are self-watering through a metering system, and if it rains, they don't water. It does break up the facade. It adds a little bit of context, a little bit of texture, a little bit of greenery to a very kind of concrete corridor that we feel, when it's uplit and the Mexican feathergrass kind of moves along with the traffic a little bit, gives a little undulation, a little movement that is interesting.
Is it accessible to, like, for example, would a customer go up there?
No. This
Okay.
is completely aesthetic.
It's just aesthetic?
Yeah.
Okay.
And functional for
Right.
insulation.
Right. Carbon sequestration, possibly?
Well, if there's a tree.
There's 421 square feet of it, so it's not going to absorb every diesel going down the street.
Actually, you have 7
True.
trees. That absorbs quite a bit.
little
I've
bit,
counted
yeah,
them,
yeah,
7.
Yeah.
Okay, we do
on
have
those
some,
trees.
anybody wanted to comment out in the public about this project? You can sit down if you guys, and we'll just call you back
I
up.
have some more questions.
But can we, well, we're still going to go back and
Just
forth.
one more question.
Okay, can
While
we
he's up
let,
here. Oh, well.
Hi,
Commissioner,
Bob Pinsler.
we'll keep going back and forth.
The lifts are used in New York, Chicago. They do use that because they have a very limited space. What they don't have there are earthquakes. And the question is whether there is earthquake certification that should be added to both ACAP, which some of us worked on for quite a bit, as well as this, just to assure that from insurance purposes, for whatever, that you would, I think this is a very dynamic and very creative project, but that issue is something that is somewhat unique to us rather than to what you might find in other cities. So thank you.
I have one comment to that. The place I'm most familiar with lifts is San Francisco, and they do have
Oh,
earthquakes.
okay, there we go.
So
Yeah.
I would, I agree that's a concern, but that's who they should check with, because that is popular in San Francisco.
Did you by chance get any information on that with those regarding the lifts, if they were earthquake certified and all that?
I know that they are made out of old rolled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. I apologize. Yeah, we need to have you at the dais. Okay, go ahead.
I do know that they are made out of cold rolled A36 steel and only 9'6" tall, with footings of about 3.5 feet to 4 feet deep. I don't see them going anywhere. even with
Footings,
a
we
vehicle
got
on
it.
top.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
they're pretty
great.
strong. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much,
But
Commissioner.
I can inquire.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lamb.
So on the trees, we recently heard that tree canopies have ratings. Are you familiar with that, and do you know what the rating is for the canopy
Of the trees?
of the trees?
I don't know the rating. I know that they are the gum tree that was approved on the city's list.
Okay.
The shading, I think, is satisfactory.
Okay.
They're not more of like a Palo Verde where they don't provide a lot of shade, but they do provide shade.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, great, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Conroy.
So these lifts are not going to be inside, but outside and exposed, and we've got residential right across the street. So how much noise do these lifts make?
I believe the rating was 42.5 or 54. It's in the staff report as well as my sheets. The required decibel in that zone is 65. It's equal to, if you look on the chart, to an office conversation. That is what it's equal to.
So relatively quiet.
Relatively quiet.
Okay. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this question or the other gentleman. So the idea is that employees only are going to use the upper portion of the lift. Okay. So does that mean, so there's going to be 2 employees that man the store from opening to close? Is that how it works?
I believe that is the model.
And what hours are what are the store hours again? I think you mentioned it, but.
It's in the staff report. I believe it's
8 a.m. to 11 Monday to Thursday.
So 11 p.m.?
12 p.m. on Friday, Saturday.
Okay, so you would have 2 shifts, right?
Yeah.
So what's the process? Somebody gets off work, someone's coming to work. We got customers parked under our employee parking, so what do?
We wait for the employee to leave, and then they park the car.
Wait for the customer to leave so that you can lower the lift and, man,
well,
it just sounds like a lot of
It's not the way.
hassle. What I'm thinking is gonna happen invariably is employees are gonna show up and park on the street.
no, we wouldn't.
Not
We
gonna be
wouldn't
allowed.
allow that. Yeah, we'd have to.
I don't know how you're going to keep that from happening, but okay.
You could send.
I mean, we may end up getting residential complaints about it.
Yes, Commissioner Light.
Like I said, San Francisco, I'm familiar more with those lifts. From what I'm hearing, because the question is this setting a precedent? Well, yes, sort of, but it always has to come back to get conditional use permit. So it's not doing anything really out of line with what the general plan is, and it's completely consistent with ACAP. So I don't see this as a slippery slope or we're doing something that we're against the wall. I don't see it that way.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else up here? Yeah, Commissioner Boswell.
So not so much more questions, just to get some clarification, because in all the discussion, I'm not exactly sure. What's the total number of parking spaces, including the lift spots? 8?
I believe it's 7.
7.
7 plus 2, I thought it was 9.
Including the handicap as well. 88.
So there's 1 handicap?
Yes, sir.
And then how many ground spaces, not counting?
4.
Okay, and 4. Okay, and then
2 up.
2 up above on the lift, so that's 7 plus, that's 7.
2 under the
So
lift?
7 total.
Pardon?
2 under the lift?
2 under the
Of the
So
5
9, I thought.
spaces, of the 5 spaces that aren't handicapped, 2 of them will have the lifts.
No, it's a total of 7 parking spots.
Almost 7.
And with the 2 lifts, you now have 9 cars that can park back there?
7 total.
7 is with
Includes the
the,
lift, so that means there's 5 ground.
Correct, including 1 handicap.
One of which is.
Okay, so there's 5 spaces on the ground, 1's handicapped. 2 of the remaining 4 have the lifts.
Above them.
Yes.
Commissioner
on-
Boswell, would you like Planner Bansfield to answer that?
I'd like the architect to answer tell us about what he designed. It doesn't sound, I didn't realize it was this hard of a question. There's 1 handicap spot.
1.
There's 4 additional ground parking spaces,
That's 5.
okay? The lifts sit on 2 of those spaces,
Correct.
2 of those 4 spaces.
Yep, so that's a total of 7.
Okay. So now that is correct.
Yeah.
4 parking spaces, 1 handicap, and 2 on above ground on the lifts.
Correct, total of 7.
Is this the same statement I've been making all along? I keep getting a no.
It's on your screen there. If you look on your screen in front of you.
I still think that the architect should be able to describe it. And I think you have now.
Great.
Turns out what I thought is indeed whatever. Now, the next clarification is in regarding to maintenance of the lifts. Are you getting these from a distributor or a manufacturer?
The ones that are on the plans are from a manufacturer.
So they make it? Okay, so do they have a preventive maintenance and periodic service contract that they require you to sign?
I believe there's, just like anything, if you purchase something, they probably have the A package, the B package, or whatnot. I didn't really inquire into that in depth, but I do know that they provide a service maintenance package.
And would you be availing yourselves of that?
Pardon?
Would you be availing yourselves of that
No, we'd have,
maintenance service?
I think it's smart to get it, absolutely.
And I think it's smart too, but are you going to do it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Put that
So
in the conditions.
you are going to have a contract with the manufacturer to periodically inspect, service, and repair the lifts?
Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll say something. Gorgeous.
Thank you.
We were talking about, we've been talking about Pacific Coast Highway and trying to revitalize it. It's gotten, a little bit tired. And this is actually a beautiful, beautiful building. It really is going to be a beautiful addition. I love the 7 trees, really great. The landscaping's great. And I appreciate that it's a small lot. And, we've had residential come in front of us where they've been really very small lots, and we had to make a little bit of compromise. And this is a situation where, in order to get such a beautiful building, we're going to have to, hopefully everybody agrees. We'll see how that works out. But that, we use the lifts, and I think it's a really great idea. An employee can wait a second while the customer moves out with their bottle of wine and then pull their car out. So I think it's actually a wonderful idea. So, yeah, and then Commissioner Gaddis?
Yeah, the space between this building and the building to the south.
Yes.
What is the, I have bad eyesight, so I'm not really able to read the measurement. What is the distance between those two buildings?
It is exactly 3'9" and 1/2.
3'9", okay. Okay. They do have a door on the other building.
They do toward the east side of the building.
Right.
Yep.
And I didn't look close enough. Does it swing out or in or?
I believe that door does swing in.
Swing in, okay.
But I would have to confer with Mr. Cunningham, who owns the building.
Okay.
I'm sure he's happy to get such a beautiful building.
He's a good
Yeah.
guy.
Windows.
Yeah, and their windows too, right, right. Okay. Yeah, that'll be a strange little alley, won't it?
Well, he and I did discuss that it is an opportunity for vagrancy and debris and trash, et cetera. We feel that providing some sort of security gate for those residents in that building is a great idea to keep both sides of that closed and contained so they have access to it.
Okay,
So that
but
would
it's
be-
his property, so he's going to decide what to do in terms of closing access off or,
Yeah, we would, assist in that for sure.
okay.
Good neighbors make good fences.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious about that.
Going
you
all the
know.
way to the lot line.
Good thinking there. Good thinking. Okay, Commissioner Conroy.
So on that, so that won't be used as any kind of thoroughfare. It's just going to be blocked off, and you have doors in the front and the rear for access into the store.
Right.
Okay. You spoke about deliveries, and the loading zone was where again?
It's in the exact spot that up in the back view there. It's what they would back into.
Where those
which is-
diagonal lines
yes,
are?
the hatched area, correct.
Okay, so that means all deliveries are going to happen outside of normal operating hours for the store?
I believe those are, what time are they happen?
Tuesdays and Thursdays.
At what time?
9 to 9:15.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure.
9 to 9:15.
Okay.
This is when the store's open.
It's got to be open for them to deliver.
Stores open at 8 a.m.
Okay, so the point I'm getting to is it sounds to me like when these deliveries take place, there will be no access to the parking lot at all, right?
For 15 minutes.
Yeah, I would, that is an assumption.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the write-up, it says 9 to 9:15 outside of commuting hours. It looks like they've made some attempt to try to avoid it conflicting with, heavy traffic periods. But the fact that it's 15 minutes means they got to unload their stuff, get it into the store and get out of there in 15 minutes. But it does entirely block the parking lot where they are.
Right.
I see that.
And the reason why I inquire is because, again, I'm trying to be considerate to the neighbors up and down that street. The less access your customers have to the parking lot, the more they're just going to park on the street.
Well, in putting the parking or the loading zone there, we do hope that people come in at those AM hours to buy goods, et cetera. But we think that is probably the lowest traffic volume. People generally aren't, hopefully, buying alcohol at 9 AM, but some do.
Okay, my last question.
Yes.
And it relates to the parking as well and the lifts. I'm sure it was mentioned in staff's report. How high, what's the clearance underneath the lift?
They stand a total of 9.6, but I believe the clear height is 8 feet, 7.6 to 8 feet.
So it should accommodate a standard like SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, garage doors are generally around 7'6".
Got it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any comments online?
No e-comments at this time.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Light?
One other thought on that corridor did remind me of, I have an office not too far from here, and we had a little wall with it very much like that. And yes, the homeless accumulated there. I would encourage you, I don't know if we need to put any conditions, not your property, but I would strongly suggest making it so public doesn't have access to that.
You're saying between the buildings?
Between the buildings.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else up here? Any questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Lamb.
So the original structure was built in 1954. There's been quite a bit of discussion around town about historical buildings. Does this building have any historical significance?
It's not on our, it's not on the city's list of historical resources.
Okay. And did you consider that? Was that a question that you might have had?
I did look it up. Generally, historic buildings range between 1925 to 1924 and prior.
Okay, all right. So design review and conditional use permit. Both the design review and the conditional use permit require that new developments be compatible with the surrounding buildings or surrounding residential. Assistant planner Bannon, what did you find to be consistent and compatible between this new development and the surrounding commercial and residential? What are some of the common features that make it compatible?
So as I mentioned in the staff report, the proposed height would be 29.5 feet. The building to the north, which you can see on the screen, is just a foot shorter. And the building to the south is a 2-story building, a few feet shorter as well. But the structures are all, I guess, box-type architecture. There is some variation in the roof planes on both structures to the left and right, as well as the proposed structure with the different layers of the proposed landscaping on the roof.
So architecturally, they seem similar. The box is sort of, what do you say, modern? Would you call it modern?
Contemporary.
It's of a modern style in most commercial type of construction. this is generally a economic and feasible way to build.
And did you consider its compatibility with the adjacent residential and commercial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the residential uses on the other side of North Guadalupe are all two-story multifamily structures, which would be close to 30 feet in height typically. And we did ask the applicant to lower the roof height on the rear, which faces the residential properties.
So it could be in alignment with the adjacent residential.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is all for now. Thank you. Okay.
Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Boswell.
So in talking about the height, why is there this higher front end? It seems like it's just a facade, right?
It is a facade.
There's no deck up there, right?
There's
Is there
no deck.
mechanical equipment up there that you're
There's
hiding?
mechanical equipment, yes.
Okay, is that the reason that it's there?
Portionally, yes, but it is to give presence on PCH. Part of the, if you could go back to the front facade. You'll see there's a few, 3 different apertures there that are the perforated screen mesh that gives some wind load relief to the facade. That's why it's that way, also to increase the verticality of the design as well.
So the verticality is a way of getting people who drive by to notice it?
Well, I think doing the multi-stepped terrace screen gives a little bit of a intrigued movement to the building as well, from the bottom to the middle to the top.
The red signs don't hurt either.
Well, we're hoping to repurpose the one on the top right from the original store.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Anybody else? And then anybody else want to talk about it out there? Come up and say anything? Okay, any more questions for staff? Okay, can we get a motion to, hold on, sorry.
One question. As you know, we've been talking about bioswales and curb cuts. What are your thoughts about, this would be for Planning Manager Scully, right? What are your thoughts about they're gonna fill in the driveway, so they're gonna be doing some concrete work anyway. So would it make any sense at all to have a bioswale put in there? Will it be adjacent to, the idea of a bioswale would be to collect the water, and it would also feed the trees, right? Any sense that it would it make sense is my question to you? As a mechanism to feed the trees and to collect the water?
Yeah, are you talking about the front side on PCH?
Yeah.
The front side?
Parkway.
Well,
The parkway.
if I may ask, is the roof drainage, which way is that going?
It's going to go out to the front.
It'll go out to the front?
And the collection system from the green roofs does go down into the green roofs and waters the green roof from the roof.
It waters the green roof?
From the roof, it
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
down and drains into the green roof, and then out of that, then it goes out again. So it is, on a rainy day, will water itself.
Will water itself, okay. And the trees on the ground level, and the trees on the ground level? You're putting 2 trees, right? This showed 1. Think you're putting 2 trees in the parkway?
I think I read 3, though.
3?
2 in the parkway.
2 in the parkway. Okay.
3 are in the rear.
3 in the back.
Oh, okay.
Right. So would a curb cut bioswale be,
No,
make any sense here?
no, not really. We don't have enough watershed there, enough
Okay.
flow to warrant something like that.
Okay. All right, just,
When, that's parking out front of the liquor store, wouldn't that be public parking as well?
Right, that would be at PCH.
PCH, there's 2 spaces.
Right, it's just street parking.
Okay,
So not
great.
designated specifically for the site.
Right, right. Perfect. Okay, any other questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Conroy.
The property immediately south of the site is mixed use, right? Commercial out on PCH with residential behind it?
It is. So I did look into the history of that site. It's a commercial building, but I want to say it was 50 years ago they got a variance to add. They had existing residential uses that were not permitted, and they did get a variance approved to legalize those 2 residential units.
Great, we can always use more residential units, right?
Well, we can't take any out.
So as I'm looking at this from PCH, along with the area that's going to become essentially building all the way to the lot line, I see windows. Are those residential unit windows that are going to lose all their light?
The residential uses are on the back. So it would be this side that you're seeing on the screen, the back side windows.
Yeah, and all along there too, there's more windows, both up and below. So that all goes away with this plan, right? Okay, I just wanted to confirm that that was residential windows.
Look at the picture.
I'm looking at.
Yes, thank you.
See how the
Go
back
ahead.
end of that building sticks out? And that last side window is sticking out from the back of Nick's Market. So that window is still the same as before. It's the one further into the alley that's gonna lose its light. And that looks like the bathroom.
But you're only seeing 2 windows there. I'm looking at it from PCH and I see another 8 windows, 4 above and 4 below. So that's 8 more windows that are gonna completely lose all of their sunlight.
Well, if I could speak to that.
Yes,
exact
would you
question,
please?
and I did think of that, and I have spoken with Patrick about it, is we plan on painting that wall on our south wall exterior with a high reflective white paint to refract light in to help with some sort of natural light. Instead of keeping it the block, which would absorb a lot of light and actually bring that.
Okay, so we could make that as a condition, I guess, to paint that wall white. Okay, anybody else? Anybody else? Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public.
And
hearing.
second? All in favor? Aye. Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, great. Did anybody up here want to say anything? And I will start. As I said before, it's a beautiful building. It really seems to complement Pacific Coast Highway. It was a cute little building. The yellow one is darling as well. And you've been working with architect Cunningham, and he's open to the idea of this building and all of the ramifications of blocking the light and all of that from there, so I appreciate that. I think it'll be a nice addition to the neighborhood, and I think it's nice for the neighbors that live in that area that want to make a quick stop and pick up, a water or something. So yeah, I think it's a great idea. Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Conroy.
I am all for development on PCH. I think there needs to be a lot more of it. And I can see that you put a lot of effort into the architecture here. In my opinion, it's not the right site for this. I think that this building should be somewhere else on PCH. I think it's too big. Like I said, it butts up right against residential. I'm really not, I love the, what do you call it, with the plants and everything up on the roof, and I love all that. But beyond that, just looking at this picture, we're making the building higher than it needs to be. So I'm not terribly comfortable with that. It just seems to me that this lot is an odd lot, but there is a use that would fit it better than this particular building. So those are my thoughts.
The right next to it, to the north of the building, is like a fly studio, gymnastics or something like that. It's actually really similar to that building. Did you by chance drive by and take a good look at the scale?
Yes, often. I was also not in favor of the height of that building when it first went in.
Oh, I
The
see.
difference being with that building is the height of the building actually serves a purpose, whereas here, we can see, if I'm seeing this correctly, it's like mesh see-through, so it's only an architectural element. And why would we block out sky just as an architectural element? I don't understand that.
Yeah, Commissioner Craig.
Well, one actual benefit of that, Commissioner Conroy, is that right behind there are residential units. I've been there, this area quite often, in my nature of my business. Plus, there's a nice restaurant about a couple doors down, which has
Yeah.
great taco night, as we all know. But having that building in this configuration actually is going to present to the residents behind it a nice sound buffer. Probably a lot more than they have now. Because my friend of mine has some rental properties right behind there, and it can get quite noisy during traffic time. And I would anticipate this would significantly reduce that sound. So there's a benefit for residents in the area.
Oh, good point. Anybody else have a comment on it, the project? Oh, Commissioner Boswell.
A row of trees on the top instead would look really nice. But I'm okay with it.
Okay, okay. Do we have a motion?
Sure. Let me see. What's the,
Maybe just read the resolution.
yeah. Can we put the resolution up?
Here, Sheila.
Oh, there we go.
It's the second paragraph down.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution. I believe that all the conditions in the conditional use permit and the design review, all the requirements and criteria have been met. So based on that, I propose that we accept the resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Redondo Beach to adopt an exception declaration and approve the request for a conditional use permit and Planning Commission design review to allow the construction of a new 1862 square feet, single-story commercial building with 2 mechanical parking lifts and operation of a liquor store on property located at 510 North Pacific Coast Highway in the commercial C2B zone.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll have a second.
Okay, we have a second. And then can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell,
Yes.
Commissioner Craig,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaddis,
Yes.
Commissioner Conroy,
No.
Commissioner Lamb,
Yes.
Chairperson Hazeltine.
Yes. Okay, so that is 6-1 and it passes. Congratulations.
Welcome to Redondo Beach.
Yes. Okay.
Pick up your tax forms on the table out there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we have a public hearing
Totally respect.
to continue the deliberation on,
Position, yes.
continue the deliberation on updates to the city general plan use, open space and conservation, noise and safety element, and to introduce provisions to the city zoning ordinance and local coastal program required for consistency and to implement the city's housing element.
Motion to open public hearing?
And a second?
Second.
Okay, now, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. I don't think we closed it last time. It's okay.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, no, that's all
we
right.
did.
We're
We
just
closed
double. Okay, so, let's see,
It's open now.
yeah, it is open. So, I think we need a motion and a second on this, and I'll decide. So, the public hearing is a continuation, and I would suggest that we allow people that spoke last time, 2 weeks ago, to go ahead and speak again tonight if they would like. Okay, so normally you can only speak one time, but I think it's a good idea to allow you guys to speak twice. So do we have a second on that motion?
Motion to allow everyone to comment.
Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed to that? Okay, great. So we don't, do we have a administrative report tonight?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Planning Manager Scully.
All right, thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Sean Scully, Planning Manager. And we do have quite a few slides to go through tonight, so this is a continued public hearing from our last meeting where we focused on the general plan update to all the elements we were updating, land use, open space and conservation, noise and safety elements. Tonight, what we're going to focus on are all the zoning ordinance amendments, zoning map amendments, zoning ordinance amendments, as well as the amendments required to the local coastal program in order to be consistent with all the changes in the general plan. And you'll see in the slide deck, implement the housing element and the housing sites. That's a majority of what's driving the item tonight. So just a couple of announcements. This is, so right now we've got we're in the public review, public comment period for the draft environmental impact report. This QR code here will take you to the landing page. We're going to send out a bunch of e-blasts and social media blasts to remind the public that they can, with this QR code, that'll take them to the Plan Redondo website where they can make comments on the EIR, as well as the draft general plan document, as well as the zoning ordinance updates that we're going to go through tonight and the local coastal program updates. The comment period for the EIR ends September 16th, and those have to be submitted in writing to that email address there, generalplaneir@redondo.org. So this is, we've done to date the June 20th meeting, the August 1st special meeting where we did the general plan land use element updates. And then tonight is our public hearing on the introduction of the zoning ordinance and amendments to the local coastal program. Then we have our last meeting, September 19th, and then city council will begin in October. So tonight's focus, we'll talk about the housing element programs driving the changes, and then the housing sites, and then a summary, pretty high level. They're pretty detailed, the actual zoning ordinance amendments, but we have the documents with the exact language that's going into these zoning ordinance amendments. There's underlines for new text and strike throughs for information that's being removed. So we'll start with the housing element and how that affects the zoning ordinance updates. So we have a certified housing element as of July 5th, 2022. It includes policies and programs that further affordable housing production. And it's those housing element programs you'll see that are really pushing a lot of this tonight. And then we have our RENA sites that we were issued with our last cycle, and the housing sites. This bottom part here, we'll walk through those as well. And those are in order to accommodate all the affordable and other housing units required, not to develop, but to make sure we have zoning that has the capacity to develop. So these are all the housing element programs, and we're not going to go through all of them, but these are all of them. And then the ones highlighted and in red font, those are very specific directions to update the zoning ordinance and local coastal program if it's inconsistent. Program 8, and then I've got a slide for each one of these highlighted ones. So program 8, this one really is the one that identifies the housing sites. So it's about making sure we have housing site inventory that's going to accommodate all the low-income housing. And it has a number of other elements to it that we'll cover when we get into the zoning ordinance amendments. Program 9, this is the by right approval for projects with 20% affordable units. And these are based off of a couple of state laws, Assembly Bill 1397. And there's another one as well. And any project that's on any of the housing sites, if they provide at least 20% affordable units, they're a by right approval, meaning There's no discretionary entitlements. It won't come here. It'll be processed by staff. Program 10 is a replacement housing requirement, and essentially this is another state law, Assembly Bill 1397, and if there's a property that has existing affordable housing on it, if that's demolished and replaced, we have to replace those affordable units on that property. And then Program 13, this is the one that this specifically identifies all the different, or a majority of all the updates that you're going to see tonight. State density bonus law, transitional and supportive housing, emergency shelters. It's got all sorts of different housing types, reasonable accommodation. We've had to revise our definition of family. Parking requirements are being revised for residential, unlicensed group homes, and then the conditional use permit, that's that threshold is changing, and we'll go through that for what triggers a conditional use permit for residential development. So these are the housing sites on the next couple slides, and these are identified in the housing element. So the changes to these sites, the required zoning has to be implemented to be consistent with the housing element. We have the North Tech site. We've got the Kingsdale site, and I've got other slides that show these in a little bit greater detail. Then the South Bay Marketplace, and then the south of the Transit Center, and then we have our 190th Street properties, and then in southern Redondo or South Redondo, we've got the FedEx site down on PCH near PV Boulevard, right next to, close to the Legato property. So these next slides, just to really highlight the areas and what the changes actually are to the zoning map. So this is the North Tech area. Essentially, the underlying zone stays the same, C4. It's just getting a AHO overlay, affordable housing overlay. Then the next area is, and this isn't driven by the housing element. This is a change on Artesia Boulevard from mixed use 1 to C2. This next area, proposed area of change, is the area, the Kingsdale area, which is up in this area here. And it's, again, the underlying zoning is remaining the same. It's just getting an affordable housing overlay. And then the area south of that, this is an R1 neighborhood currently, and it's going to R3 and RH3. And then in this area south, like from Target down to 182nd and east to Hawthorne Boulevard.
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah.
Lamb
Quick
had a question.
Just a
Sorry.
quick question. What, for the people in the audience, what is an overlay? What is an affordable housing overlay?
Yeah, I've got another slide that walks through the standards for that, but essentially it's another layer of zoning on top of the underlying zoning. So the existing underlying zoning will remain there and will allow for that development to remain as legal conforming. And then we have this affordable housing overlay, which allows for residential development between 20 dwelling units per acre and 55 dwelling units per acre. And these are sites that were required to upzone, if you will, in order to be consistent with the housing sites per the housing element.
Thank you.
And this whole block south of the transmission lines, south of the Galleria, down to 182nd, that's the IF Industrial Flex overlay. It's another overlay zone. It has nothing to do with housing. And I'll get into the specifics of what the intention for that was. And then these are the remainder of these yellow bounded areas here are again, the AHO overlay, affordable housing overlay, that provides the compliance with our housing element as housing sites. And I'll go through the standards for those in a few slides. Some other zoning map proposed areas of change. Again, this is the AHO overlay being added to the 190th Street housing sites. So these are currently all I-2 over here on the west end of 190th here in the exhibit. And they have a affordable housing overlay zone on top of them. And then we have that corner commercial at Hawthorne Boulevard and 190th, and that's a C2 zone with an affordable housing overlay. Now moving south through the city, this is another proposed map, zoning map change. This is North PCH area, one of our special policy areas, and it's going from C2C to C4. So it's a little, these are our larger shopping centers. So it's a little bit, it allows for a little bit more intensity of development at these larger shopping centers. And we've got, there's a little bit of cleanup too. There's an R3 lot on the corner on the north side that's going to go to C2B. And then the mixed use, there's a mixed use property just across the street from City Hall. The McDonald's site is going from MU3C to C3B. And then over the Salvation Army mixed use site, that's going from MU2 to MU1A. This is now continuing south. This is at Torrance Boulevard. There's an area of R1 that's proposed to go to C2. And then there's a city-owned lot about 2 blocks east on the south side of Torrance Boulevard at Lucia. And that's going from C2 to PCF. Then as we continue south, we've got some more changes from C2 to C4 at Pearl and Ruby. And then further south still, as you go south of Ruby, there's a half a block going from RH1 to C2. And then further south, another block or so, RH1 to C2. The same change. And this is the central PCH area. And that the intention there is to change it to a fully commercial corridor. So taking out that residential in this stretch, essentially south of Torrance Boulevard to the commercial designation from residential. And then down at the very southern end, this is the change here is on the FedEx site. We're adding the affordable housing overlay. So the next group of slides are now, so those are the map changes, and I've got some more slides that kind of detail some of the other changes that are happening, but those are the primary map changes. Now we're going to get into the actual zoning summary of the zoning ordinance amendments that are, and there are 2 categories. They're implementing the housing element is one of the categories, housing element in state law. And then the other ones are essentially not housing element driven. And I'll run through all those changes after we go through the ones that we're doing to implement the housing element. And there's the subdivision ordinance, which is part of our planning and zoning Title 10, Chapter 1, our subdivision ordinance. That's required. We had to make a change there to accommodate the requirement or the change that allows administrative approval up to 15 units. There was the current subdivision ordinance says anything above 3 units has to go to the planning commission. in order to be consistent with the housing element, we had to change that from 3 unit threshold to 15 units. So it's a very finite change in the subdivision ordinance, but that's what we're doing in the subdivision ordinance, and that's required as part of program 9 and 13 in the housing element.
Quick question.
Yes.
That's for which zones?
That's for, in the subdivision ordinance, any residential zone.
Any residential zone?
Yes,
So
and
it's
it's specific-
citywide?
Yes, citywide. It's specific to subdivisions of up to 15 or fewer condominium units.
So it's just condominiums, though?
And it,
Just condominiums, is that correct?
it does, yes. So it's all our residential multiple family zones. It doesn't apply to single family residential zone because single family residential zone, it's 1 unit per
Right.
lot. So you
Right.
can't subdivide the R1 lots. So this is our R2, R3, R2 and R3, and RH, RM, and RH. So let's say, for example, in R2, you couldn't get 15 units. You would have to acquire multiple adjacent units. And let's say it would need, based on like the average size of one of those lots, about 4 lots or so. And then it's still subject to its underlying density. So that's driving the number. That's not changing. This is just a procedural change. So you'd have 4 lots. Now you could administratively subdivide those 4 lots into the 15 units. So
It's unlikely that you would have 4 lots like that. Is that correct?
for somebody to acquire 4
lots.
adjacent lots, I would see that as a pretty tall order.
Right, right. So any zone other than R1, R2, R1 and R1A,
Right.
that Planning Commission design review would no longer be applicable until 15 units or greater, right? So it's
16 or greater.
16 or greater.
Correct.
So the way it was before is that any units up to
Over 3, so
over
4 or more.
3,
would
4 or
require-
more would come to the Planning Commission.
Correct,
Now they're not going to come to the Planning Commission.
correct.
Right. And it's unlikely, right, the sort of caveat here is that R2 and R3, right, it would apply most appropriately to RH, correct?
Yes, RM and RH.
RM and RH.
Yeah, the higher density, medium density, and high density multifamily.
Right, so in those zones, right, up to 15 units
Right.
would be approved by the administrator, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then here's some more continuing on zoning ordinance amendments. We have a number of map updates, and we went through those. But here's the highlights of the new affordable housing overlay zone. And it's only in the inland area. We don't have any AHO, affordable housing overlay zones in the coastal area. It's all in inland area. But these bullets essentially are the new development standards in those areas. Affordable housing overlay zone that implements the housing element sites. So it's only on those housing element sites we went through. There's a minimum residential density of 20 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 55. It allows for clustering developments, and the incentive there, or the intention there, is to allow the existing commercial to remain, or industrial in some cases, but largely commercial, and then the large parking areas to be developed with residential development. It also allows for, there could be a circumstance where the property owner takes out all his commercial, and replaces it with 100% residential, that would be allowed. And then if there is a mix, the requirement is at least 50% or more of the total floor area has to be residential. And then again, if any of these projects include at least 20% affordable to lower income, then they're administratively processed. So, and this is all straight out of the program 8 in the housing element. And then we have some updates to the RH zone. There's a slight increase in the density from 28 to 30. The reason we did, that's been proposed and that's what was approved in the housing element was that the minimum density you have for a property to be identified as an affordable housing site is 30 dwelling units per acre. So we're able to create a lot of potential housing sites that satisfied our housing element with just a slight change in the density. So that was the intention there. Again, these are required, and they also have a minimum placed on them of 20 dwelling units per acre. So there's 20 to 30 for those sites, and that's from Housing Element Program 8 and 9. And then the mixed use, we've got a lot of little tweaks to the mixed use zones. We've eliminated the MU2. That was the only place we had that was down in the Salvation Army site in the coastal. And I've got a number of slides that just shows all the little changes. And I'll just run through those the next batch of slides. So the general plan proposes consolidating the mixed use designations. That was part of our general plan land use definitions and designations. And except the MU2, which is going to be eliminated and now become an MU3 designation. And then the other mixed use designations, MU1 and MUTC, these are implemented by the following zoning designations. So now we'll have zones for MU, MU1A, MU3A, MU3C, and then another one of our mixed use zones that people probably don't really recognize, that's our commercial regional, the CR zone up by the Galleria. And this is, I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to see all the sites, but these are, this is the citywide map, and I've got some blow-ups on the next slide. So here's what's going on with the mixed use designations down in South Redondo. It'll be MU3A and MU3C. And essentially we're reducing the density in these areas. These are going from 35 dwelling units per acre down to 30. We still need to hit that 30 to keep them as potential, they satisfy housing element requirements as affordable housing. We're reducing the max FAR for the non-residential portion only from 1 to 0.5. And then we're establishing a minimum FAR for commercial of 0.35. So there has to be some commercial, at least 0.35, but no more than 0.5. And then again, we're establishing that minimum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. Then here's the last remaining piece of MU1. This is up on Artesia Boulevard. Remember on the other slide, we had removed all the MU1 on Artesia and converted it to C2 or proposing to. This is the senior, the existing Montecito development. So we kept the MU zone there, MU1 zone there. But we did reduce, the density, the FARs for non-residential are the same as the other mixed use that we went through. And then this last one, or I don't know if it's the last one, but the MU1A, this is the Salvation Army site. Same thing, this is at Beryl and Catalina. And it's going from MU2 to MU1A. same changes or similar changes in the FARs for non-residential, all down to 0.5 max and 0.35 as a minimum, and 35 to 30 dwelling units per acre. And then this is just, this is that large CR designation up at the Galleria site. And that's also going from 35 down to 30. So that's all the proposed changes for the mixed use that we have. And then back to zoning ordinance amendments, again, required by the housing element and state law. And these are inland and coastal areas. So minimum density for housing element sites, we talked about that. We've added that to all the development standards for those sites. The permitted uses, and this is where if you remember program 13 had all these, a hit list of all these new definitions we had to create. So now we have to identify and specifically allow these different types of housing. And before I dive into them, just most of these have been on the books in state law for decades, some of them. Employee housing, I think, has been around since 1979. Somebody could have, our ordinance was just silent on it. But that doesn't mean somebody couldn't have come in and done it. And we don't have any, to my knowledge. We're not seeing these things as like, knocking at the door, going to be coming in. But, HCD flagged this when we were doing our housing element and said, you guys need to get consistent with state law. So we've added these different categories, employee housing, and we have definitions for all of these as well. Employee housing, supportive housing, transitional housing, and those are all residential uses subject to the same standards as residential uses in all districts where residential uses are allowed. And then there's also, in program 13, establishing special use regulations for supportive housing. So there's a whole bunch of requirements for how supportive housing has to work in the proposed ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, some more permitted uses. These are different. These aren't in residential. These are low barrier navigation centers. Those are permitted in mixed use zones, industrial and or commercial zones where the AOH is applied. So this low barrier navigation center type housing would only be allowed in an AHO area with an AHO overlay. And those are, like pallet shelter type homes. And that's where it is now. It's up in that area. And that's again per Housing Element Program 13. And then we have to conditionally allow single room occupancy SRO housing. And it has to be in a commercial zone, and we've proposed the C4 zone. And then we have a number of special use regulations for SRO, single room occupancy. Then we have the adjustments to parking requirements. Again, this is part of Program 13. So right now, any unit, it could be a studio or it could have 7 bedrooms. It's only required to have 2 parking spaces per unit, or it's required to have 2 parking spaces per unit. So the thinking is, small units, maybe a lesser parking standard that would incentivize more smaller units. Maybe those are a little bit more affordable. Studio. So we're proposing, or it's proposed in the housing element, 1 space for each studio, or, for studio, 0 bedroom unit, 1.5 spaces for each 1 bedroom unit, and then 2 spaces for each 2 or more bedrooms. So once you hit 2 bedrooms, we're back to our current standard. And then emergency shelters, there's a current standard for those of 1 space for each 250 square feet. The housing element and state law requirement is it has to, less than that. And the proposal is 1 parking space per employee on site at the time. So if they have 5 employees, we would take their highest shift, concurrent shift with employees, and that's how many spaces they're required. Parking will not be required for permanent supportive housing within a half a mile of a major public transit stop. And we only have a couple of our transit stop, the Green Line up near Marine and the transit center down by the Galleria. Those are our only major public transit stops. So within a half mile there, we can't require parking for supportive housing. And that supportive housing is kind of like the new Moonstone development on PCH. That's a supportive housing where there's counseling, there's services but it's a little, it's the next step after the pallet shelter. Then we've got, again, we went over this, the multiple family project up to 15 units can be by right. And then any housing element site, we've got a couple of tables in the housing element that have all of the potential housing sites, and there's a lot of those R2 and R3 residential recycling locations. And those, if they provide 20% units affordable, those are also by right. Then we've got the definitions. These are, and I won't go through all these definitions, but this is where we're going to have a lot of new definitions and then updating some of our existing definitions. And this is a hit list of all those, and they're all in the attachments, and we have those available if we want to go through any of those. We have to update the next item, the density bonus update the density bonus ordinance to align with state law. New article to address replacement housing. We talked about that. We don't have anything, so that's new. And then new reasonable accommodation requirements. And those are, if somebody has a disability and they need a ramp, for example, but it's the way the house is designed, it's got to encroach into the setback. We can cite a reasonable accommodation allowance and allow for that to occur. And we have standards for that now, proposing. And then these are LCP amendments that we're going to have to make, and there's very few of them, but local coastal program amendments required in order to implement the housing element. And some of the RH sites are west of PCH, so we have to do the amendment 28 to 30 there. And then the update to the mixed use district, 35 to 30 at the Salvation Army site, and then the MU3, I think it's A, at the Riviera Village is in the local coastal program. And then we have density bonus provisions in the local coastal program. They're way out of date, and those have been updated consistent with state law. And then this slide, so that's all the housing element driven stuff for the zoning ordinance as well as the local coastal program. Then we've got items that are being amended that aren't required by the housing element or state law. And those are implementation or implement the CN designation. That's a new commercial designation, commercial neighborhood. And then increasing the FAR on artesian aviation corridors from 0.6 to 1.5. The added industrial flex overlay, that's not housing element related. We went through that. Increase the FAR for the I1, IC1 industrial categories from 0.7 to 1. And then adjust all the mixed use zones, and we went through all the adjustments for that. Those are kind of in and out of the housing element, but they're also on this slide as not part of that. And then we have a reduced FAR in the PPR O and the CC4. That's what that is that's out at Mole B. There's the Moonstone Park out there. That facility is having a reduced FAR. And then a reduced FAR in the Riviera Village parking lot. That's going down to 7.5 or 0.75. And then residential to commercial, that's that central PCH area where it's going RH to C2, and then R1 to C2. We went through that on Torrance Boulevard, and then a few properties on North PCH. And then there's provisions for non-conforming uses. I think I've got another slide. It's essentially allowing commercial uses that are legal non-conforming on a residential property to have the same provisions that we have for residential properties on a residential development on commercial. We don't have that now. And essentially, if that commercial structure on a residential zone property is burned down, it can rebuild. And they're given, so they this was, the driver for this was so that they could get insurance, they could have the ability to maintain that commercial development.
Quick question on that.
Yeah,
So that does solve the problem that Tom Bauer and others have brought forth?
I believe so.
They would be able to get the insurance?
I can't answer the insurance question, but that they would certainly be able to use that legal nonconforming privilege to demonstrate, hey, we can reconstruct if something happens, that's involuntary to the, to what they do, some natural fire, earthquake, something. So, okay.
I hope that solves their problem because we want to support our businesses. Yes, we do.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And then, so this is just a couple more slides. I know it's a lot of information. This is just to talk a little bit about the CN. That's a general plan land use designation that we have. We're implementing, the zoning's not going to change. It'll still be C2, C2PD, C2B. Essentially, though, where the CN differs from the C2 is that it just added a few more uses. Kenneling was going to be added, and it should say on here hotels as well. So those will be allowed in any of these C2 zones with a conditional use permit. And then the max FAR now in the aviation Artesia, it's going way up. It's going from 0.6 to 1.5. So that's that slide. And then this is just a little bit more. We don't really need to get into it, but I think I talked about it. It's the IF, and what the impetus for that was to try to create, kind of have another layer of zoning that incentivizes, the creative office, incubator businesses. And so this new overlay zone is applied that it essentially allows for lighter industrial and office and commercial uses in those areas. And it sets a maximum FAR of 1.0. Then this is just to show you where the industrial changes are to the FAR. That's what this slide is doing. So this is where it's going from 0.7 to 1.0. All these areas on the map, mostly North Redondo. And then this is a slide on our public institutional. So all of our existing public and institutional has a P designation, and now we're going to have different for open space. We're going to have an open space zone, and that's going to implement all the areas. We're trying to break down the institutional zone or the institutional designation or the public designation to reflect the existing land uses. And again, these are just more of the public institutional areas that we have. And the PSF.
Planning Manager Scully, I think
Yeah.
Commissioner Lamb had a
It
question.
answers the question. I was curious about PCF, if that was going to change, but it says down here there'd be no changes to that.
Yes, no change. I mean, the changes in the general plan land use designation, FAR, where there was none,
Right.
it's going to 0.75.
Now, are all these changes that we're talking about here, are they in the EIR?
Yes,
All of these are in the EIR?
yes, the way,
So
as
there's a
proposed.
limited, so we as a commission are really limited in terms of recommending a change. Is that correct?
Essentially, if we want to stay within the scope of the environmental, if we want to keep the project within the scope of what was analyzed in the EIR, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then this is just showing the two designations for the transmission lines and the AES site. PGP, that's not changing. And then PROW, and that's not changing. And then just finally, all the changes to the LCP, and I've got some exhibits that tell the story a little bit better than the narrative. So here's the current LCP land use plan on the left, and then the proposed LCP land plan on the right. And you'll see there's circles around the changes, and we're just trying to reflect the existing land use a little bit more clearly than having a P, which is just public or institutional. It's now going to, if you see on the transmission line on the right, you see it going to a U. So all of and then the southern piece is there to reflect the park space is going to open space. And then you've got City Hall going from the P to the public institutional. And then all the circle along PCH, this area here is going from the C2 to the C4. Then central PCH, same thing for the P designation. All the Ps, they're all just one. They're now going to open space or public institutional. This is the fire station. This is Kensington. This is the beach and Veterans Park. And then again, all the C2 along again, this is the LCP is more like a general plan. It's going to the CN, just like the general plan is. And then finally, this is the southern section of the coastal zone. It's going from, again, the P to open space, C2 to CN, and then down at the village parking lot, P to PI. And that's it. And that takes us to the end of the slide deck. There's a lot of information. We've got access to the actual zoning language. We've got the maps we can pull up if you want to see the current and proposed. That's
Thank
the end
you
of
for
staff's
that. That was very
presentation. Okay.
detailed.
And
Yeah.
Chair, I'd like to add something to Sean's
Yes.
presentation, and I promise no more slides. So just to kind of wrap it all up, give a high-level overview of what's being proposed here, because there is a lot of detail to it. It's a long list of items. This is intended to implement the general plan, the recent update to the housing element, and then the pending update to the land use element, which this commission reviewed 2 weeks ago. And speaking broadly about this, while it's a long list of items, we're not proposing a major overhaul to the zoning within the city. It's really a few tweaks here and there. With the 6 affordable housing overlay zones that Sean had referenced, those sites in particular are going to receive the most focus And that's where we've designated to meet our state mandated housing requirements. So rather than upzoning the entire city, we focused it in certain areas, primarily where there's enough land to meet the state requirements and where it's also close to public transportation. There were some changes to some of the procedural things. Sean mentioned about the new allowance for by right subdivisions up to 15 units. That does not change the density allowance of the residential districts. It just would be a procedural thing. Sean also mentioned the transitional and supportive housing. That the state law for that was passed in 2007 that stated that jurisdictions have to allow that type of use anywhere residential uses have been allowed. It's been in effect for quite a while, and the state legislators continued to update it over the past 15 or so years. So that's been on the books. We haven't seen many of those projects here, so I don't think we're likely to see the floodgates open by putting it into the zoning code, but we are required to do it by state law. And then we did some other things that comply with state law, such as adding a density bonus chapter to our code, reasonable accommodations. So that's really kind of a very broad overview of the housing related code amendment Sean proposed. And then there are some updates to the certain commercial areas of our city to help offset some of the additional housing and provide more jobs and commercial uses. As Sean mentioned that we are looking to convert from residential to commercial along a few segments on Pacific Coast Highway, along the west end of Artesia as well. And then there's a new industrial flex overlay zone, which really looks to attract more tech businesses and incubator type businesses that bring more jobs to Redondo Beach. So there is a balance of jobs and commercial with the additional housing units. But I just want to highlight the fact that while that was a very long list, and I think Sean covered every aspect of this zoning update, really citywide, it's for the most part status quo in terms of neighborhoods and zoning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do we have people that have called in that would like to comment?
We have no one online that would like to speak at this time. We do have 20 e-comments, 14 which oppose, 4 that support, and 1 that is neutral.
Okay.
Scratch that. We have 1 online attendee that would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead. Hello?
Thank you. Sorry, I just unmuted myself. My name is Meryl Lang, and I've been a 15-year resident of Redondo Beach, and I'm calling in today because I have major concerns regarding the proposed redesignation of certain Redondo Beach Unified School District properties from open space to public institutional, as well as the proposed increase in floor area ratio. We're known for being park poor, making our limited open spaces invaluable. As a first-time coach for Redondo Sunset softball this past year, I've witnessed firsthand the severe scarcity of field space. The Alta Vista Field, for instance, must accommodate softball, baseball, and soccer simultaneously, with schedules stretching from 4 to 8 p.m. on weekdays and from 8 to 7 p.m. on weekends, and that's in the spring season. So I'm also on the Recreation and Parks Commission, and recently I joined the Facilities Subcommission to unify leaders from various youth sports leagues, public works, recreation, parks, and the school district to address facilities issues collaboratively. And during our meetings, I discovered that many parks within our community are actually owned by the school district. The east side of Alta Vista Park, which includes 3 of the 4 baseball, softball fields, is owned by the school district. And I was actually somewhat alarmed by this, especially considering the development of the Nob Hill School property to the now privately run Kensington Retirement Home and the Garnet and PCH Public School, which is now senior housing. The school district deemed these properties surplus and then leased them out for development. And this has been going on for quite a while. And this ongoing practice by the RBUSD jeopardizes our precious open spaces and has already exacerbated our need for park space. The school district's intent to redesignate the Alta Vista property, among others, from open space to school district property or institutional property raises serious concerns about potential plans for future development. Such changes would undermine our community's character and restrict children's ability to walk to school and access neighborhood green spaces, and it already has. The Kensington development has a floor area of ratio of 0.55, and developers are eager to exploit Redondo Beach, but their interests do not align with our community's need for balanced neighborhoods with adequate park space. Applying a public institutional FAR of 0.7 or even 1.25 would increase the value of these district properties, making them even more desirable to developers. And I believe this is the reason why they want an increase in their FAR. This land was intended for the community and our children. It's imperative to maintain the correct designation of these park properties and open space. The Friendship Foundation's project, which was not on the ballot due to a special designation, did not receive adequate city oversight and resulted in a building out of scale with the neighborhood, encroaching more on the adjacent park space than initially proposed. School property development needs conservative city oversight. As a commissioner on the Recreation and Parks Commission, a community volunteer, and a coach for Redondo Sunset Softball, I urge you to carefully consider the long-term implications of these proposed changes. Preserving our open spaces is
Time.
essential for the well-being and future of our community.
Motion to extend.
Second,
Second.
did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, I did. As you noticed, that was a letter that I had written to the Planning Commission. I read it aloud, but I just wanted to add that I think we've all, a lot of people who have had children have really experienced the ramifications of eliminating neighborhood schools. A long time ago, kids were able to walk to open park space, and which was their school. They were able to walk to school. Schools were smaller, and they had access to open space. And now with the closure of so many neighborhood schools and deeming those properties as surplus, and then leasing them out to private developers, we're really going against the intent of when that property was given to the school district. It wasn't intended to be used to monetized. And I think this conversation is really important. Anyway, okay, thank you so much for hearing me out, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else online?
No more e-attendees.
Okay, so we have a list of people. Can we have Jim Mueller, you up first? Followed by Laura Duke.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. And as I did not know that you put something regarding to chronically vacant houses, which you call derelict properties, in the general plan. Is that what I understand? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. And so I want to thank you, the commission. You've been very open to my suggestions, and also to Mark and Sean. They've been very good at working with me. I have to say, though, I'd like to say two things. One, is there an appeal process to code enforcement decisions? And I've been working with code enforcement now for about 2 years on these chronically vacant properties, and I find them to be very arbitrary in their decisions. They don't seem to really recognize conditions that are obvious as needing any remedy. They seem to be really mostly on the side of the property owners. They are unresponsive. I've had an issue now that I've been talking with them about and communicating with them about since March, and they have not responded. I asked my council person, Scott, to get in touch with them and respond. They have not responded yet, and that was over a week ago. So I want to say that. Also, I wanted to say that there should be I wanted to say, excuse me, about March, Scott had a community meeting. And at the community meeting, a representative of the city attorney came and said that she would be open to questions about any issue that we had. So I'd been having a lot of problems with the code enforcement people. And so I decided maybe I should try to write a code, which I had, which you have seen. And so I asked the city attorney's office, what is the process for writing a code and getting it into the code book? I have received no response from them at all. And I find that unconscionable. Now, you all have been very responsive. The planning department has been responsive. I do not understand why the city attorney will not respond to a simple request for information. I wasn't asking them to do anything. I wasn't trying to sue them. I just asked them for information, and I've received no response. So I just wanted to get that into the record. And so thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question? Question,
Jim?
sir?
Jim?
Sir? So what you're talking about is in respect to derelict properties all over Redondo or in District 5?
All over Redondo.
Have you done a count of how many there are?
Well, actually, I've done a count of a number of them, maybe 10 or so properties that I found just walking around. But I found in Table 2 of the general plan housing element, I think it's in there, am I correctly? There's actually statistics showing the number of dwelling units and the number of families in the dwelling units for R1 and R2. And it turns out that there are about 400, there's a gap of 400, indicating that there are 400 in Redondo Beach, 400 vacant single-family homes.
Long-term vacant or
Well,
just between tenants?
It doesn't say whether they're long-term vacant. It just says they're vacant. Now, so what I assumed was, in my proposal, was that maybe 25% of them are chronically vacant. Okay, and that's what I used in my proposal. But I took the statistics from the statistics that have been used for the general plan.
Okay,
So
and thank you.
do we still count that as housing stock, even though they aren't being used for housing?
We have a differentiator and it's based on vacancy rate. We have dwelling units and we have households. And households are occupied units. And so at any given point throughout the city, there's a vacancy rate. And that means, they move around. We don't know where they're at exactly, but the households I think he's referring to that table that identifies the number of households in the city versus dwelling units. And I think our vacancy rate was Department of Finance generated, which is a little higher than what our own vacancy rate surveys have determined, which usually run around 3 to 4%. So
It's about 5%.
Yeah, theirs is a little bit higher than what we've measured, but in our housing element, that's what we use.
So now I would be happy to go around the entire city of Redondo Beach and identify all the chronically vacant houses, but do I need to do that?
No. Thank you,
Shouldn't
Jim.
have to,
Thank you,
but
Jim.
somebody
move on.
needs to.
Excuse me,
So
Commissioner
Redondo
Boswell.
Beach, Manhattan Beach has, as I put in my package, an ordinance about this. So it's a city concern to other cities, and I don't understand why there are so many barriers to the concern in Redondo Beach.
All right, thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Laura Duke.
Good evening, commissioners and city staff. My name's Laura Duke, and I live in District 3. There are two things Beach City's Health District wants to do. One is to increase the floor area ratio to maximize how much they can build, and they're also asking for us taxpayers to say yes to a $30 million bond for their project. This is on land that is zoned for public use. Even though most of the public won't be able to afford the residential care facility for the elderly that they have in mind. While the main issue I realize will be granting the conditional use permit based on whether this development meshes with the neighborhood, I think it's reasonable for you to also factor in how attainable this project will be or won't be to the community, given that it's on public zone land. Sean Scully, Redondo Beach Planning Manager, addressed the built-out, park-poor nature of Redondo before we got to this agenda item in the last meeting, yet tonight we're discussing sorry.
No worries.
We're considering a request to be able to bulk out this property in a way that surpasses anything that would be respectful of the surrounding area. And it's a false narrative that Beach Cities Health District must have this project and these exceptions to further provide the community what it needs. Program-wise, as many people have and will attest to probably this evening, they're doing a fine job. If they feel they must provide more but can't afford to, maybe they need to scale back their goals rather than laying their dreams on the backs and wallets of the community. For residents who say they partake in Beach Cities Health District great programs, which they do, I do too, therefore let them do whatever they want, I challenge you to look further and know that this is a complex issue with many factors to consider before giving carte blanche to Beach Cities Health District. With this zone, you commissioners have the pressure of determining floor area ratio, building height, stories, and setbacks. Please study this matter in a thoughtful, deliberative way and consider not only those impacted, but any precedents you may set and regret later regarding public zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Josephine, let's see, Hazina? Yeah, sorry about that, I couldn't read. And then after that, it's Mary Ruth Yule.
Josephine Herzina, District 3. I want to first of all start out by saying that the number of beneficial and successful programs that Beach Cities Health District has offered to the community are to be commended and appreciated. However, and it's always the big however, I am opposed to the Beach Cities Health District proposed partially for-profit project for the property of the former South Bay Hospital site. The land is designated for public use, not for profit care facilities. And from what I have learned from other information, that profit for care facility won't be especially affordable. The Beach Cities Health District is pushing for an FAR ratio of 1.25. This truly is way over the existing FAR for the city's existing land zone as public institutions of 0.75 to 0.77. This 1.5 FAR would make it possible to have a for-profit structure that would literally loom over the surrounding family and small business surrounding area. And a third consideration must be given to the impact of the physical construction of a facility that large to the surrounding community and the physical impact on it of family homes, apartments, condos, schools, businesses, and local major thoroughfares of our city that run through and around the whole site. The several years it would take to physically complete this Beach Cities Health District campus and for-profit care facility would cause major destruction and damage to the thoroughfares such as 190th Street, Prospect Avenue, and the surrounding city streets. This improvement for them would be fairly damaging to the area. I believe that they wish to help our community both in the physical and mental health of all of us. This is appreciated. Their goals have been fine, but bigger is not always better. And if you can't afford it, perhaps you need to look at other ways of adjusting it. We're not against progress. We're not against supporting our city and community's health
welfare, our physical welfare, and our aging citizenry. But a for-profit care unity that will have units over $12,000 a month is not really what is going to help our community and our surrounding areas. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, and Mary Ruth?
I prefer to wait until the end because
Okay,
there
I
are
will
first-time
put you-
speakers here.
Okay, I'll put you down at the back there. Okay, we have, let's see if I can read this. Philip DeWolf? Okay, is he going to be back or no? Okay. And we have Roseanne Taylor. She's left also. We have Dency Nelson, our Hermosa Beach resident.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioners. Yes, Dency Nelson, 41-year homeowner and resident of Hermosa Beach, and a grateful recipient of Beach City's Health District services. Just today, there was a Gallup report. Gallup reports that good health saves Beach City's residents $182 million each year. It's Gallup, and it's, as I say, dated today. Gallup, the global research and analytics company, has released results of a study highlighting the savings in healthcare costs enjoyed by residents of the beach cities. And in a quote from this report, quote, "The good health exhibited by many adults in the beach cities area is likely in part the result of efforts of Beach Cities Health District, BCHD, which regularly organizes events and activities meant to enhance various aspects of well-being for local residents," according to the Gallup report. In the rest of my time, I've been given permission by my good friend of over 20 years and a Beach Cities Health District board member, Vanessa Poster, to read from her statement because it reflects so much of what I am, an aging senior here in the Beach Cities and someone who wants to live the rest of my life here. Vanessa says, over the years that she has served the community as an elected official, there's been an evolution in healthcare. Who would have thought we would close hospitals because inpatient care was no longer the norm? Well, the world changes, housing and healthcare needs change, and aging infrastructure needs to be replaced to better serve an aging population. We did know 25 years ago that an aging population would require more services, including safe places to live close to their families. BCHD prepared, working with Redondo Beach, to obtain a conditional use permit, she says that's still in place, to provide safe on-campus residential services to older adults. The need for residential services continues to grow. Beach CHD has programs to help Beach Cities residents age in place. And when that's not possible, they will require a place to live that meets socialization, safety, and healthcare needs. Beach CHD's historic and remarkable partnership with Redondo Beach has meant our community has, up until now, met the challenges of an aging population and an aging infrastructure. We as a community must be ready to meet the challenges of the next 20 to 30 years. Collaborations such as the Silverado CUP, the Alcove, workplace wellness programs, school gardens, walking school bus, bike paths, when we as municipality and special districts work together to solve problems, find solutions, and build infrastructure. Safeguards are already in place to provide the city with a voice in concerns about design during the CUP process. The current Redondo Beach General Plan already contains the wisdom that a supportive, healthy partnership between BCHD and the city is in the best interest of the community. And she, like me, urges you to let the progress for what the needs of the Beach Cities Health District to continue to provide services. They need the space to grow. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Alan Israel? Is Alan here? No? Okay, we've got Jeff Gilbert. Hi.
I am Jeff Gilbert, and I am a resident on Diamond Street, District 2, next door to the Beach Cities Health Campus. I was very impressed by the hearing regarding Nick's Market, the critical questions, impact of the neighborhood, parking, the businesses, who's going to rake the leaves on the roof. Kidding aside, it shows your concern. BCHD is lobbying the public and media to pressure the city to grant it a waiver of exemption for the proposed 0.7 FAR 75. It claims it will be unable to provide health services if it must comply with the proposed limits. The proposed FAR will limit the planned Phase 1 Healthy Living Campus residential care facility for the elderly, which is a commercial business, has nothing to do with our community as the hospital was. They are going to turn this over to a third-party entity whose only concern is making money on our public land. They could put a bowling alley there and say, this is for our health as well. Now, the Beach Cities Health District has not provided any concrete evidence that their services would suffer or be reduced. The Alcove Project, Fitness Center, and other services could continue without the RCFE development, Phase 1. As earlier mentioned by Mr. Nelson, the current campus FAR is under the proposed 0.75 limits. Beach Cities is against the FAR limits because it will make the care facility commercially unattractive to the third-party developer, who will have control over our public land for a duration longer than the Planning Commission 30-year study. This could also set a precedent for other commercial entities who argue that they too should get into the same exemptions that this commercial development is seeking. Over the last 6 years of the plans for the Healthy Living Campus have been revised at least 3 times in a very big way. Beach Cities should be able to go back to the drawing board for a redesign to comply with FAR limits. There are other ways for Beach Cities Health District to preserve funding to allow expansion of their services. Perhaps they might reduce the heavy staffing that they have at the top end. Perhaps they might be doing other things like that. This is a very, very complicated issue, much more than we've seen, much more than Beach Cities Health District has given the public. They've hidden a lot of information. And before you make any decisions, I think you need to really take a good, close look at what's
Motion to
going on
extend.
with them.
Okay, second.
Okay. Again, it's a very complicated issue. They will bring in their staff, their attorneys, and whatever to say why it's necessary. I'd like for them to show that. You've asked Nick to show that. Who's going to fix the parking machine? Who's going to do this? No one's asking these critical questions from Beach Cities Health District, and they refuse to talk to the public about that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Let's see, we have got Lyndon Hardy, I believe it says. Gone, okay. Joan Elderman?
Hi, I'm Joan Edelman Brand, and I have lived in North Redondo for the past 29 years. I oppose the floor area ratio change that would adversely impact BCHD's Healthy Living Campus and jeopardize all of the wonderful programs that are provided by BCHD. In comparison to many other places I have lived, Redondo Beach is the best. And not only do we have a beautiful coastline and fabulous weather, but we also have all of the services offered by BCHD and the Blue Zones Project. These programs are designed for all ages of Redondo residents and are designed to create a healthy beach community. Also, the programs address the current social issues that plague not only Redondo, but our nation. Such as substance abuse, alcoholism, obesity, social isolation, smoking, mental health, etc. My experience since 2011 with BCHD has centered around the Moai Committee, the Restaurant Committee, and the Walking Moai that I lead. As everyone may not know what a Moai is, let me define it for you. For our purposes, a Moai is a social group that has an activity in common, such as walking. And we have over 10 Moais, including a vegan potluck Moai, vegetarian potluck Moai, walking Moais, core Moai. That's at 6:30 in the morning, too early for me. And book club Moai, restaurant dining Moai, and a purpose workshop Moai. And if you're having a life experience change, like retiring, purpose workshop is the ideal place for you. I am currently advising a fellow Redondo Beach resident who wants to create a journalism Moai, a journaling Moai, and share her journaling knowledge with others in the community. I get comments all the time from residents who join these Moais as they want to meet people who are interested in the same activities that they like. Not only do our Moais address growing social isolation, but they also help our residents learn the healthier lifestyle habits of moving naturally, knowing your purpose, downshifting, plant slant, 80% rule, and positive pack. My time on the restaurant committee let me work with restaurants who make healthy choice, the easy choice, or the unavoidable choice. There are over 50 restaurants just in Redondo who have healthy options on their menus. The BCHD Restaurant Committee advertises these restaurants and has socials at 5 to educate the community to the excellent food that each of these restaurants serves. My Walking Moai, Ocean Walkers, began in 2011.
And to extend.
And in 2015, we were on the cover of, part of us was on the cover of Parade magazine, advertising Redondo Beach as a blue zone. And the fact that we were going to live to 100. Well, my husband, as I told you the other week, didn't make that. He only got to 94. So, but that was better than we thought he would do. And my Walking Moai doesn't just walk together, but we also socialize together. We have vegan and vegetarian potlucks, and all of these wonderful programs and many others are in jeopardy if BCHD cannot go forward with the Healthy Living Campus. Thank you. Yes.
Quick question for you. Is Moai a word or an acronym?
It's a word. It's an Okinawan, it's a word, it's an Okinawan word. And Okinawa is now part of Japan. We gave it back to Japan some years ago. And it's in the Pacific, it's an island. And the people in Okinawa were part of the original list of blue zones where people live to be more than 100. What they do in Okinawa when their child is about 5 years old, they assign 5 other children of the same sex to be their social group for life, because they normally don't leave the island. And so they not only are their social group, there's a support group, they're their financial support group, besides social.
How do you spell it?
Thank you.
M-O-A-I.
The Moai, also the Easter Island statues
Yes,
are based on that
exactly.
same, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's see here if I can read this. Is it Georgette?
Gantner, yeah. Gantner, I think. I think it's Gantner.
What?
Georgia Gantner.
Ganter?
Yeah.
Georgette Ganter, she must have left. Linda Zielik?
Hello, you were close. It's Linda Zelick.
Oh, sorry.
I'm actually a Torrance resident, but I live about less than 2 blocks east of the border of BCHD's property. And me and all of our residents in our whole housing tract in that whole area, including Towers Grade School, are vehemently opposed to BCHD's grandiose plan to expand this monstrosity that they're proposing. And so I have a few reasons as to why. It'll only serve 5% of the beach city's population it's supposed to serve, so 95% out the window. The proposed excessive height of 110 feet above street level and the 800 square foot are not conducive to the residential neighborhoods. Currently, 99.7% of the existing structures of BCHD height are only 52 feet. But they want to but they want to bring that up to 110 feet above street level. And they want to nearly double the existing FAR, from 0.75 to 1.25, which is huge. And during, also, they don't seem to mention this, but like during, instead of doing an earthquake retrofit, which is much less costly, the board refuses to even consider that. But most older buildings throughout, certainly Los Angeles and the beach cities and all around, do that. They don't tear down the building and then build a monstrosity instead. The proposed development, including years of tear down and building, traffic congestion, noise and safety of local school children. There's 5 schools within a mile of this beach cities, both Redondo and Torrance. It would severely damage our neighborhood and the safety of children and the well-being of all of us there. And it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they want to turn over the 10-acre parcel of land and its control to a private developer for the next 100 years. And so how do the beach cities residents benefit from this?
Time.
When they get the tax burden to make it go forward? Yeah, if I could. And then I wonder why. I've been fighting this for like at least 6 years. They're unrelenting, and it's this unpopular, detrimental plan. Why are they so unrelenting in pushing this forward? And I can't help, I know this doesn't sound nice, but I'm wondering, will illegal kickbacks from this private developer possibly be a motivation? I don't know. And also, the many years of pleading against this overdevelopment is going to take, is it going to take a lawsuit against the city of Redondo Beach to stop this bullying and insanity from going forward? Because what's existing there now is wonderful. You know, I'm a member of the gym there, you know, and then the Alzheimer's unit is needed. But what they're proposing, and they may not even do that because they're going to give control to some developer, is for these seniors residential care for very expensive. Well, I've checked around the cities, around this whole area, and it's inundated with senior care facilities. It's not needed.
Okay.
They're not full.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, we have Joseph Larson.
Joseph Larson, speaking on behalf of Beach Cities Health District. Beach Cities Health District submitted a letter dated July 15th, 2024. It requests that that letter be incorporated to the official record of this matter. Speaking to the draft EIR, it does not comply with CEQA. The key issues are inadequate project description, failure to address public health services, inadequate healthing and population impact analysis, and the lack of environmental justice considerations. with regards to the deficient project description, the draft EIR does not provide a full and accurate description of the project. Ongoing revisions to the general plan update indicate that it is unstable. The project description is changing as we speak. Just in the last public planning commission meeting, revisions were made to the goals and policies of the plan, thus undermining the CEQA process and the ability of the public to review. It omits an analysis of the impacts on public health services provided by Beach Cities Health District. Without modernization, the Beach Cities Health District will lose its ability to function, leading to the significant reduction of essential services to the community. The ability to retrofit the property is infeasible, as demonstrated by experts, and has been analyzed by the Beach Cities Health District. There's also impacts to the housing and population, which have not been analyzed. The draft EIR does not adequately assess the impacts of the project on housing and population, particularly for the elderly and disabled residents. It does not consider the environmental justice implications of the project. The proposed FAR would disproportionately affect disabled and elderly residents by restricting access to essential services and housing. The instability of the project description and the failure to analyze and address these issues requires that the draft EIR be revised and updated, that no action be taken on this matter, and that the public have an opportunity to comment on and review the project when it's completed and completely defined. Again, there are some legal concerns with the proposed FAR, as it's not uniformly applied and is arbitrary and lacks a rational basis and potentially violates due process and equal protection. And with that, I will conclude.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Bob Pinsler.
Thank you. As have a few of you, I served on the GPAC for about half a decade. Hundreds of pages were created. It is great to show the public the detail of what we spent so much time on. Yet, you have spent so much time these last two meetings on one line. But if that's the way it's going to be, then let's go. The present BCHD footprint has about a 0.72 FAR. They want you to allow to add nearly double to the bulk of that eyesore. It is not your job to fix their financial incompetence. Yours is rather to set the land use guidelines for the next 25 years for the residents of the city. Stop wasting time on this self-serving line item. There's plenty more in that document that is of far more importance than that single item. Neither BCHD nor the school district need a 1.25 FAR. We don't need that bulk. And especially the residents you are representing don't want it either. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have next Mary Ruth Ewell, your turn. Thank you for letting others go forward first. And while you walk out, don't worry about it. You know, I wanted to just kind of piggyback on what he was saying. You know, the general plan is 543 pages. And somewhere between 25 and 30 people worked on the general plan in the general plan action committee. And as you know, well, I don't know, some of you left before, well, most of you left last time. We talked about everything. I mean, we talked about trees, we talked about space, we talked about, right? So they worked on a ton of stuff. And for over 6 years. It's a very, very detailed document, and I really highly recommend that you guys all go and read it because it's really, it's a blueprint of what we want our city to look like for the next 20, 25 years, and a lot of work was put on it. So it really, truly is all encompassing. It's a great, great project, and GPAC did a great job. So there you go. Thank you. Come on up.
First, I would reiterate that I am vehemently opposed to granting BCHD any variance on the FAR of 0.75 established by this 25-person focused general plan update committee for this very reason, to prevent takeover of space pre-designated as PI, public institution land, dedicated to the whole community, to serve the community, not for profit, as BCHD has set itself up to be. BCHD claims in its campaign that it being denied any variance on the 0.75 FAR, that this disallowance would, quote, limit BCHD to provide preventative health services to the community. This is a lot of malarkey, as all of the hospitals in the area are already represented by their doctors having and renting the facilities on that site already. UCLA, Torrance Memorial, Little Company of Mary doctors are there functioning well, even in the bungalows alongside the main site. Other public or institutional land use designations they cite are not for profit. Big difference. Falsely overstated as BCHD is apt to do to push their for-profit agenda. Since BCHD has purchased the empty lot at the east end of Vaughan Shopping Center, they propose building there a mental health facility for youth in the area, 2 stories tall, et cetera. This is not PI land, and the funding will largely come from grants that a health district is entitled to. No problem if it meets the zoning standards, et cetera. The huge problem comes from BCHD's land grab of PI land for an assisted living facility 100 feet tall, which would only be affordable by approximately 5% of the Beach City's residents it purports to serve, and not keeping with the character and size of the neighborhoods that surround it, becoming an injustice and an endangerment to its 5 feeder school, the 5 schools that are in the area.
Time.
And walk as pedestrians.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Alina? Alina, can you pronounce your last name for me?
Rashid Faroki.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Alina Rashid Faroki. I am a junior at Redondo Union High School, a part of the Alcove Youth Advisory Group, a campus greeter for Beach City's Health District, and a part of the Volunteer Advisory Council. Today I want to speak about the 0.75 FAR for Beach City's Health District and the effect this will have on the youth. The current Alcove is a temporary location that needs to be built again to meet the needs. Alcove is a youth mental health facility created by youth for youth ages 12 to 25 in the community and provides extensive services from counseling, individual and group, substance use support, and fun events. In the less than 2 years that Alcove's temporary location has been open, it has seen over 7,000 visits by young people, demonstrating the demand for mental health services. At a time when youth continue to struggle with their mental health and fight the stigma, I question the limits being put on an organization trying to provide the resources needed to the community. Getting rid of Alcove and the inability to rebuild its permanent location will be a step going backwards, as rates of suicide, depression, and overdose will continue to increase, and youth will struggle to find support, as the already limited resources will continue to be decreased. Although some are hesitant for this change, I believe that the 1.25 floor area ratio should be the same across the board for all public institutions, especially for BCHD, who is trying to combat the prevalent health issues in the community. The construction of this new building is not a goal that is too big or unnecessary, but rather the health needs of the community are changing, and this will allow for increased services and the modernization of the campus, which is decades old. I hope you take this into consideration as you make the decisions and understand that it also impacts the youth greatly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else out there? Come on up.
Do I give this?
Yeah. Thank you. Just your name?
My name is Monica Suwa. I'm the Chief Finance Officer at Beach Cities Health District. I want to address some of the things that were said here, even though there were a lot. So I'm going to miss some, and I'm going to start with saying that I'm available at Beach Cities Health District, and anybody can come and visit and go through the financials with me. So first, I want to quickly point out that the $30 million bond is not to build the RCFE, just to be clear. It is to complete the alcove facility for the sustainability, is for the demo, and 2 acres of open space. Nothing to do with that. So I just want to make that clear. About public-private partnerships, P3s. So I keep hearing this grabbing thing. That's not what that is. That's how we are able to sustain and have the financial structure that we have, that we can provide free services. And so that we have a joint venture, we have other services where we have, we bought into the joint venture, now we have an income stream. This is what we turn around and provide free services for this community. This is an exceptional structure of providing that you have in this community to be proud of. And, there's a lot we can do, but the problem is that we have this 1955, 1960 building. It cannot sustain. It is so expensive. And whatever somebody was saying, that we would just repurpose it. Retrofit. $90 million. That seismically, if we did that, we have to empty each floor and move out, and it's still going to be an old hospital building. It's just, how much $90 million is for debt service annually? $5 million or so. It's like we have a $15 million budget. Do you know what that's going to do to us? We cannot survive it. It does not work. We cannot do it. We don't have the finances for it on an annual basis. So transparency. We do everything to be transparent. We have 1,700 public records requests recently that we received through the years. We responded to every one of them. And it is incumbent that somebody comes and see me if they say that, and I'd be happy to share it with them. Audits and budgets, everything is posted. We make transparencies, we make presentations every board meeting or finance committee. Come to the finance committee on Monday. We have one, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And so I think the community should be so lucky to have this organization that has found a way to support services for seniors, for alcove, and others that can't do it.
Time.
Or you have to pay taxes.
Motion to extend.
Second.
It's okay. I'm too nervous.
Okay.
This is my first time up here, so I appreciate everybody's time. But
you.
anyway, I'm here to,
Thank you.
More to say?
I'm
Go
here to
ahead.
serve for you.
Thank you. Anybody else out there? That would like, okay, go ahead. Come on, guys. Fight for it.
Can't just sit there after listening.
No, come on.
There's too many things here, but.
And your name and where you're.
Mike Martin, District 1, Redondo.
Okay.
A quickie on the alcove, that new building is going on a site that's not zoned PI. And so the FAR is irrelevant. It's funded with grant money, and I am heartily in favor of grant money, money from outside. So this keeps getting portrayed by BCHD as either we expand our real estate empire or, God help us, we have to tighten our belts. Well, no, if you look at like Pasadena Public Health Department, which is about the same budget size as BCHD, they get all their money from grants. That's how agencies normally do things. They get grant money. BCHD is an anomaly. They're building a real estate empire on public land. So zoning is in part, a public policy kind of decision. We actually heard a little bit about it on the school district side. Do we really want a policy that says let's continue to convert public land over into rental property? It's just not a good idea. And it's not the only alternative. So, and I've told BCHD people this multiple times, you need to get off your rear ends and go out and get grant money. The $13 million spent on planning, just planning for this healthy living campus would have funded a boatload of grant writing activity. And my experience is even if you only get 1 in 3 of the grants you apply for, 13 million is going to be multiplied by a factor of 4 or 5 in terms of what you get back. That's how that game works. If BCHD is as much better as they think they are compared to other health agencies, they should have no problems because that's who they're competing against for the grant money, but they won't do it. They're fixated on building a real estate empire on public land more than just this campus. And it's just a bad funding model. So I don't see any reason why. The city should adjust its zoning to just facilitate what is just a badly managed operation. Let's face it, let's go all the way back to the past. That campus we're talking about was seized by eminent domain to fund a hospital. Then the voters passed a bond to fund building the hospital building. And then it's subsidized every year, even to this day, with property tax money. So how on earth do you go out of business with a hospital with all that behind it? You do it by mismanagement. And that mismanagement has continued to the present day. BCHD, when they failed as a hospital district, should have dissolved, but they didn't. They followed the first.
Time.
Motion to extend.
Motion to extend.
First rule of
Second.
bureaucracy is the number 1 priority is survival. The number 2 is to keep your jobs, right? Well, that's what they did. They just changed their mission. What the hell? Voters wanted a hospital, that didn't work. Let's do something else. Let's keep the $5 million a year property taxes coming in. Let's keep the property. Let's turn it into a real estate empire. Let's go out and buy into, not to get too complicated here, but let's go compete with private enterprise as far as assisted living. It's just, an all-around bad idea. It may fly, but there's no reason for this commission to actually help out with that. And listen, the PCF never had a floor area ratio. You have to put a number on it. You did. It was studied. There it is. I don't see any reason why that you should change that. There was a
Time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think we have, and then you after him? Okay. Thank you. Uh-huh.
Good evening, Nick Biro, District 5, former chairman of the GPAC, former chairman of Planning Commission and Harbor Commission. I speak as a resident, and I'm going to bring in a little bit about my role in GPAC as I serve with Commissioner Lamb, Commissioner Gaddis, and GPAC member Bob Penzler in regards to the lack of discussion that was had about the 0.75 on the Beach Cities Health District. In fact, I was not allowed to speak on Beach Cities Health District because of my involvement with them and helping them out. So just for clarity on GPAC discussions, there was never discussion about the 0.75 at all. There was not consensus from the GPAC on a 0.75. It was changed at city council level and it's being reviewed. One of the things that this commission should be clear about is there's no project before you. You're not reviewing a project, you're reviewing, what are you reviewing? Do you really have a project before you? There's been no application, there's been no discussion. It's a preliminary review and it's an EIR that none of you have seen. So you're basically, at this point, it's hearsay, the discussion about consistency about all planning zone public areas at 1.25, you still have a bite at the apple when a CUP comes through. That's when these discussions are valid, legitimate, and should be considered. But you don't have a project before you. You're applying consistency, and by singling out one area or one resident or one person, you're singling somebody out. So as a former planning commissioner and chair of GPAC, I urge you to be consistent in your recommendation to the city council. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Barrow, I know you said you had to recuse yourself. My understanding is that you were a paid consultant by BCHC to deliver a project to the council or planning commission. You were paid $10,000, $15,000 a month, correct? Is that the reason why you were recused from talking about it?
Can you ask the question differently in regards to my role?
Well, you were the GPAC chair.
That is correct.
And you said you were not permitted to talk about the anything with BCHD, the
Right,
FAR specifically.
because I was advising them on legal, on land use matters in which were relevant to their campus.
Well, you had a contract with BCHD.
That is correct.
To pay you like $10,000 or $15,000 a month, which I believe went for 2 years. So you're a paid consultant.
Correct. That's why I never spoke at any of the GPAC meetings, nor provided any guidance of anything to the GPAC. But I can tell you, 0.75 was not decided by GPAC. I know I didn't vote, but there was no vote for it. You can check the minutes of all 27 meetings.
Well, in the minutes, and I've seen this online, there was 3 meetings, March 31st, 2022, August 31st, 2022, and September 29th, where the FAR was specifically mentioned for this type of facility. And you were at all 3 of those meetings.
And what was discussed?
So you're saying in the material, you didn't read the material to see that this was actually in there?
No. What was discussed? I mean, you got the minutes. Tell me what was discussed.
It's in the actual packet that was handed out. I'm just saying, this is what I've been seeing
No,
online.
well, you can read the agenda, but what's the deliberation?
Well, there was all these things were approved during those meetings. So
Come on. No, one thing is to be on the agenda. The other thing is what the deliberation was. So if you can read the minutes of the deliberation, then I'll take that comment.
well, I'm citing comments made by a fellow member of your board, your member of the GPAC, Mr. Penzler mentioned that last week, that it was covered to discuss. So I'm just saying what I've heard from the public and what other members have reported.
Okay, well,
Okay.
you don't have the minutes and you're not reading from the minutes, you're reading from the agenda.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Yes, come on up. Hi.
Hi.
And your name?
I'm Logan Galimi. Thank you all for letting me speak tonight. This is my first time. I'm a lifelong resident of Redondo Beach. I know I'm young and I know I have a lot to learn, but tonight I'm here to express my support for Beach Cities Health District and a FAR of 1.25 or greater. Redondo Beach has given a lot to me. I went to Jefferson Elementary School. I was student of the year at Jefferson Elementary School. Went to Paris Middle School, student of the year at Paris Middle School. Went to Redondo Union High School. Nice. I've been grateful for all of the experiences that Redondo has given me. And I was lucky that Beach Cities Health District and Blue Zones and Dan Buettner had an early impact in my life. If you go to the Easy Reader and you look up Galimi family, you'll see that Dan Buettner had an intervention with my family, with my dad, because we were not living a healthy lifestyle. And as parents, he recognized that he didn't want to project that unhealthy lifestyle onto his kids. And Dan Buettner explained the principles of Blue Zones, And that was kind of an early intervention in my life that has helped me be healthier now and more active, even as I've started office work. I got involved in full transparency with Beach Cities Health District in their Youth Advisory Council and as a community policy intern several years ago. I haven't had any involvement since, except for maybe seeing some of their LinkedIn posts. I got involved with Beach Cities Health District because, I was a highly determined student, and I saw that a lot of my classmates were suffering with their mental health. Several of them committed suicide. My brother was just the valedictorian at the high school, and one of his friends, Tyler Lee, committed suicide I guess it's been a while now. But I knew Beach Cities Health District was leading that area in making the beach cities better for the youth. In middle school, I would walk with my middle school girlfriend, no longer my girlfriend, past the alleyway in Beach Cities Health District to walk from the middle school back to our houses. I'd always walk with her because I knew she didn't feel safe in that alleyway. I'm happy to see that at least half of it is now a nice bike lane. But I know that Beach Cities Health District has Beach Cities residents in their heart, and they're doing a lot of work and looking to the future. I know that what I'm seeking in a community is some place where I can bike or walk with my parents to Beach Cities Health District so that they and I can experience their facilities and continue living a healthy lifestyle in our beautiful beach communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
We have one attendee that would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
We have another speaker.
Oh, we have another speaker.
We on?
Oh.
Whatever you want to do.
Let him speak.
Go ahead. I apologize.
Okay.
Online. Online.
Hi, Mark Nelson, Redondo Beach. First thing I want to say is that Alcove, and it's been said before, is on a C2 lot that's got an FAR of 0.5. It will not be at all impacted by any of this. And I'm kind of sad that Beach City stooped so low to set up Alcove people to come in and talk about it, because Beach Cities knows that this is not impacting that facility. So we'll let that go. As far as the GPAC goes, I too have looked at the 3 sets of agenda packets that went out that all contain the 0.75 and the 1.25 in it. So the fact that people don't read, that's on them. I don't care if it was discussed or not, but seriously, if you don't read the agenda packet, what the hell are you doing on the group anyway? Beach Cities does not provide any essential services. The reason we know that is only 5% of all of LA County has health districts or hospital districts. The other 95% don't, because they are optional. They do not provide essential services. That set of words needs to get struck from everyone's vocabulary. Regarding that Gallup study, we have over and over put in requests to get the source data and to see it, and they hide it all behind confidentiality agreements. Gallup Inc., public company for profit. ShareCare Inc. bought Blue Zones LLC, private company for profit. Blue Zones LLC, private company for profit, held by Blue Zones LLC in Delaware. There's 2 Blue Zones LLCs, so they got a place to put the money. So, that's a for-profit operation. They have every incentive in the world to try to make themselves look good. By the way, I've asked Gallup again, and I'm an econometrician and I'm an expert witness in this, why it is that they don't consider that the household income in the beach cities is twice the US income. The amount of health coverage in the beach cities, or the lack of health coverage, if you will, is only 1/3 the national average. And the poverty rate is less than half. We are wealthy. We have good health coverage. We have little poverty, and we have plenty of healthcare professionals. And it's no surprise that this area has better health. This isn't rocket science, but again, Gallup doesn't have any incentive because they're part of the for-profit here. Regarding the retrofitting of the building for seismic, first off, best practice, according to Beach City's own consultants, is there's 25 years to retrofit or demo. 2027? No, 25
Time.
years.
Motion to extend.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the $30 million bond, we need to be really, really careful here because I think what Beach City said about that isn't true. 21 million of that bond is to tear down the hospital, to fill the hole and cover it with sod, and to build more parking lots. All of those items were in the RFQ to the developers. They were required to tear down the building, put in the green space, and put in the parking lots. What Beach Cities wants to do is get that 21 million from us, from the taxpayers, and then essentially give that as an in-kind gift to the developer of the 100% privately owned RCFE that's going to be probably more like 15 grand a month. So again, you know, it's like they're just trying to shuffle money. The 9 million to Alcove,
Time.
honestly, I don't really care. I do want to tell everybody that Alcove is 91% non-resident service area. So
Okay.
we're on the hook for 175 million in costs there over the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Okay, anybody else out there? Oh, yes, one more.
Dr. Osborne.
Holly Osborne, District 5. I've had only minor interface with the health district, but I've done a lot of stuff with housing. And one thing I know about housing is the higher the FAR, the more the land is worth, okay? It's a big money grab. I mean, I was upset with you guys for not being able to apply FAR ratios to the R2 and R3. I know you tried to, and some city council people wouldn't let you, but the higher the FAR, the more it's worth to an outside group. And I don't really need to come and say that because I think the first woman who called in said the same thing. And so follow the money. Going up to 1.25 is a big money grab for somebody, and I'm just going to shut up because she said it better than I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else out there? Okay, okay. Mr. Scully, can you put back up there what you had on your last slide, what you wanted us to finish, follow?
Absolutely.
There we go. So did anybody have anything else in the general plan that they wanted to discuss that we haven't covered last 2 weeks ago, or?
I had one question just on the presentation today.
Yes,
I'm a little curious on the PCH corridor that's going to go from residential to commercial. I assume that means that the people that live there are grandfathered in, but if it's torn down, it's then commercial, or if they sell it, or what does actually that impact have on the residents?
So those would be legal non-conforming residential uses on commercially zoned property. And then we have code section non-conforming structures. And what it essentially says is if there is some involuntary action that occurs and the properties, the structures are destroyed, they can be rebuilt, to the same number of units, even if they, no matter what they were, and essentially the same size as what they were. Now, if they voluntarily took them down, that privilege just goes away.
Gotcha.
Okay, and I think after, at some point, we have to talk about the presentation as far as the zoning goes, and it included the housing element and all of that. And then you wanted us to consider that we vote on whether we support what your presentation was, right?
Essentially, yes. And the
Yes.
details of what the proposal is are those attachments. And I've got those, I could, pull them up, and they run through the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance and the proposed amendments to the subdivision ordinance and the proposed amendments to the LCP.
Okay, and we can just do that in one big.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
could just
Okay. Yeah,
have them
Commissioner
there if somebody
Lamb.
wants to discuss it.
Okay, thank you.
It's a point of clarification as to what our task is.
Yes.
Tonight. Okay, first, we're going to continue the public hearing to next month, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so does that mean that we don't make any recommendations until the end of, until the last meeting has completed?
You could make some recommendations and, any one of you, and then reach consensus, kind of like we did with the general plan last meeting,
Okay.
Oh.
you can take more time, you can make those at the final meeting before it goes to the city council.
Okay, so, and what you said was that your view, Chair, is that we consider the zoning ordinance and LCP amendments, but these are already in the EIR, so are we not just confirming these? Is that correct?
Yeah, essentially, again, any alteration to those, we have to be careful. A lot of them, the majority are housing element implementation measures, so we don't have a lot of leeway on those.
Right.
But
Right.
any recommendation that you would have, we could address that. And if it's outside of that, let's say it's related to, the FAR on Artesia or something. Those are, again, they would be companion to the formal project recommendation that's going on to the city council.
They would be forwarded,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. We also discussed at a prior, I think it was one or two prior meetings, that you would be providing us with a 3D view of the increase in FAR at Artesia, is that correct?
I think the public institutional.
As well as the public institutional?
Yeah, and give you examples of FARs that you can then, site visit, and we'd have identify those locations with photographs, and then addresses for you to go visit to see, this is an example of a 0.75 FAR, or this is an example of, a 1.0 FAR. And we're just still compiling that, and we'll get that to you.
It's forthcoming?
Yes.
Forthcoming next?
It would be
month?
before, Mark,
Next month?
when are we targeting for
So
that?
it will be at the September meeting, and then we're also going to follow up. At the last meeting, the commission had recommendations on several of the policies and implementation items. So we're going to make those draft changes to the documents
Oh,
and return to the planning commission with that in September.
okay.
So those are really the two outstanding items that we received from the commission from the last meeting. And if there's any that come up tonight, we can also return with those at the September meeting. And I would say there is opportunity to maybe tweak some of the language or clarify it. I think where it gets into an issue with the EIR is if anything that you propose up zones from what's currently in the zoning ordinance. But at the same time, we're also trying to balance this with the state mandates that are
Right.
conveyed through our housing element. So it's probably limited opportunity to make modifications, but I think there is some opportunity.
And that goes for the Artesia as well, right? That I think what we discussed was before we would make the recommendation, such as what we heard tonight, right? It's already in the EIR. Nevertheless, we thought it was important to see those renderings, right? Or, samples of what it would look like. Correct? I think I'm correct on that.
Yeah.
Okay. So my next point would be, I do have some questions that I think would be important to ask for ourselves and for the residents. But I want to defer at this point to anyone.
Commissioner Gaddis, I believe, had some.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on I'm on attachment B, proposed amendments to Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code, the public review draft. I'm on page B17. And this is it's not a language smithing or anything, but I see that we have building height limits for the affordable housing sites, height limits of 7 stories or 90 feet.
Right.
90 feet, 7 stories maximum. Now, we may have talked about that at the GPAC, but I don't recall us talking about that at the GPAC. Where did those limits come from and why are they in here?
Yeah, no, we didn't have specific height limits, in our general plan advisory committee discussions. Those came from having to accommodate a certain number of units on each specific site.
Yeah.
And then looking at the options that are prescribed in the AHO, Affordable Housing Overlay sites, that we had, I think we had some policy direction to allow for clustering. And we show in the housing element, there's kind of prototypical for each housing site. And it shows all the development on the parking area. There's a couple of shots of that area of the South Bay Marketplace and North Tech, where the existing development remains. Then you have just the parking lot being developed. And when we took the area and we plugged in a number of the development standards, that are consistent with our mixed use, in order to get those units, these are the development standards in terms of height and story that would yield that number of units. So we backed into it, and it's consistent with the heights of the Galleria adjacent.
Yeah, but I'm
so that's
specifically thinking just because North Tech is mentioned first.
Yes.
And that's nowhere near the Galleria.
Yeah, no, it's not. But it was the same methodology. It was we want to keep the shopping center, we want to keep the commercial, and we allow for clustering, and it's all developed in the adjacent parking area.
Yeah, it just seems for the North Tech area anyway, I haven't really looked at the other places. I can kind of understand those, but I mean, that literally sits next to a freeway. I'm wondering if that really needs a height restriction right there.
It would, in that particular location, the parking's actually, would be separated by the existing shopping center from the freeway, and then the adjacent industrial to the west. So it's somewhat set back. It wouldn't be, I understand what you're saying, seeing housing that's just hanging over the freeway.
Yeah. Do we really need a height restriction on that particular lot?
Oh, do we need
Do you
it?
want it taller?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, it takes care of.
I mean, here's the thing.
Just it's next to a freeway.
Any affordable housing project is going to get, by law, state density bonus law, they're going to get concessions and deviations. So if they need more, they can get that through the concessions and deviations allowances in the state density bonus law. but we wanted to, kind of draw a box that that would accommodate the housing units in that clustering envisioned development prototype.
Wouldn't we have a higher likelihood of developers being attracted to put a project there if we allowed them to build the thing taller if they wanted to?
Possibly, but I'll tell you, they know, they understand the developments, the deviations and concessions, and they are expecting those in return for that affordability component. So
So if we were to change that to 10 stories, you don't think this would be a project that would attract more people who are really game to build something there? And the reason I say that is because, the fact is, HCD is going to enforce RENA, and there are already proposals that if we don't have, projects that are, slated to go, midway through the cycle, that, we could be subject to, a builder's remedy. And that type of thing is being considered at the state legislature level. So, and, that sits next to a freeway. I mean, it's a great place to put for this housing to be. And not a bad idea to get the thing going, right? And so I'm just wondering if this is really necessary to have that particular constraint on that set of parcels right there.
we may, I don't know if that would, if we're going to increase or reduce development standards or increase the allowable development, I'm not sure how our environmental impact report may deal with that, because it's looking at these standards.
Yeah, I would say that's something that we can evaluate and then report back at the next meeting. There is still a density limit on the site, regardless of the stories. There is a cap that's in place. And I don't recall what the assumption was on the unit size and how the consultant came up with the 7-story number, but we can bring back some information on that. And that way the Planning Commission can evaluate whether we should consider allowing additional stories.
I'm surmising that just as he describes that that was an appropriate height limit for other places where we're looking at at the AHO sites, other ones that are adjacent to much lower density neighborhoods and things like that. But that particular site north of the freeway, I don't know that there's really much residential right around there. It's not like we're going to be overshadowing somebody's backyard. There are no backyards right there, so it seems to be an opportunity being left on the table that we could take advantage of. My second question is that on the next page 142, we have the same area, North Tech, with required setbacks. First upper floor setback above 3 stories, second upper floor setback above 5 stories, down towards the bottom there. For again, that same area, I mean, this is not a residential neighborhood right there. But the setbacks make a ton of sense if you're building, next to Kingsdale. You've got lower density properties that are adjacent to it, et cetera, et cetera. Setbacks absolutely positively should be put in. But for North Tech right there, again, we're talking about, it sits right next to the 405 freeway at the junction of Marine Avenue and Inglewood. I mean, this is just this high traffic, there's no neighborhood that is adjacent to that I know of. Maybe I'm all wrong on that, but.
One argument would be that when you put a building that's now 9 stories and has no setbacks in an area, you now set a precedent for that particular neighborhood So the lots around that can now be 9 stories, no setbacks, and before you know it, you've got Century City.
The slippery
So
slope
the-
argument.
Yeah, so the point is, we don't want to, we've already got okay, how about if we do this, just because we did it last time? Does anybody support Rob's idea, Commissioner Gaddis's, of increasing and taking out the setback? Do these guys have to do work on that for the next meeting?
I would support that.
Okay, anybody else?
So
Leaning towards it.
my response would be, this was set up to accommodate the housing element sites inventory. Am I correct?
Right.
Right? This,
Yes.
all of these, and the stories from what Planning Manager Scully said was, the stories were based on how you would get the number of units into within that space. So it was a mathematical calculation, essentially.
And we can, as Mark said, we can clarify the assumptions that went into it, because it's based on, well, how many 1-bedroom units and how many 2-bedroom units.
Correct.
And so I know we had different mixes that we were investigating, and but we can provide that and give you a little more information to decide.
And my point would be, this is already set in the EIR, so why are we messing with it now? Well, I mean, why are we proposing a change when it's meeting the needs of the housing element, which is the key. I think the criteria was and is, right, does it meet the needs of the housing element? Right? We needed to have a certain amount of housing. If we propose any changes, that's going to impact not only the EIR, right, but it's going to impact the calculations for all the other units, right? And for the other, right, for the South Transit Center, for the South Bay Marketplace. They'll have to recalculate for that. I say, no, leave it. The way it is, it's working.
I agree.
One observation, I actually had a discussion this morning with the Lawndale mayor as part of another thing that I do, and was asking him about the support for various things in the city, such as the right-of-way. I would think that before we propose this, we may want to chat with them just to make sure that they are happy with that, because as we see in the past, cities like to sue each other. I'm not sure if this would be appropriate for that, but I just run it by them to see if they'd be supportive of it, because in principle, it makes sense. I don't have an issue with that, but it's always good to be a good neighbor, probably.
Interesting point of view.
Yeah, well, I think the key question is, would the height limit serve as a barrier to the allowed housing density? So we will bring back some information on the assumptions and be able to evaluate that. From what I understand, it should not. So somebody should be able to come in, do the 55 dwelling units per acre, and do it comfortably within the 7 stories. I don't know if there's actually a need to allow additional stories. And as Sean had mentioned, if they did a density bonus project, they are entitled to concessions, and that could include additional stories on top of that. So there is a possibility that if they are boxed in, that they, no pun intended, that they could obtain additional stories regardless of what's in our zoning code. That's true.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. Okay, anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Boswell.
Couple things. Does anybody know how many stories are in that Northrop building, the high rise down the street, the former TRW building?
Gosh,
More than 7, I would think.
Yeah, no, they exceed, I think they're at 110 feet heights. It's hard to tell with them because their interior spaces are these huge lab bays where they're building,
Never been in one, so I
satellites.
Spacecraft.
So it's not like a regular story, although they do have parts that are.
Yeah, so at one point, or it's based on the number of stops on the elevator, you know how many floors there are.
Yeah.
So that's one question. And if it is indeed more than 7 floors, then that's another reason why, you know, maybe that North Tech area should have more. But I think the important thing that Rob has brought up is we need to have some of these sites developed by the time we're halfway through, and making that property more attractive to developers to try to get something underway by the time we're facing, you know, the potential of builder's remedy being inflicted on us. I think that's something that we want to avoid so much that I think we should pretty much take the height limit off and the floor limit off and just put it all right in that corner, whatever they need and whatever they want. Somebody is going to say, wow, what a great economic opportunity for our development company to put it there. And because it's in that corner, right by the freeway, right by Metro Station, it also is a perfect place for that extra population to not have a car or to not be using it every day because they're so close to such good transit with the eventual extension of the metro, but also, you know, buses. And I mean, it's a perfect corner for that. And it's in an area where it really isn't. I mean, what's the closest resident to that? I mean, as opposed to everywhere else, certainly a lot further away. So I think that's probably the most important reason for us to consider making that property as attractive as possible to a developer in the short term. And if that takes adding more floors.
Well, I think the point was it wasn't necessary because they could do it themselves just by proposing a project.
But if it's already in place that they have the potential to do, let's say 10 floors, that's got to show up on the radar of more developers than the number that are going to say, well, they say 7, but let's get knee deep into this thing and ask for 10. And then, well, what if they say no? We don't want to spend that money. So if the opportunity to have a more profitable project is there, they don't have to do 10 floors. But if that's what it takes to get somebody to jump on this now and start development so that we are not facing builder's remedy, in which case they'll come in and do it anyway, right? And we'll never get to regulate it.
I ask if that's legitimate, that we have to, I mean, how can you force builders to build on these particular lots? I just don't understand. Is that actually legitimate, or?
I don't know what you mean by forcing them.
So the primary risk is the city not following through on the program, such as the rezone. In terms of the units being constructed, I wouldn't anticipate the HCD would decertify our housing element based on that.
That's if we didn't, if somebody came forward, a developer, and wanted to develop, and we held off on that. Not that we have to push someone to develop these or encourage someone to develop these lands. We're already encouraging it by making them as dense as they are. So I'm not, are you saying that, are these two saying that if they don't get developed within a certain time frame, then we're in builder's remedy as a possibility?
No, that's not the case. It's only if the city does not comply with the programs, and a few of those do have deadlines, such as creating these overlay zones. It could have some ramifications for our next housing element cycle. We may have to go out and find more site step zone if these sites are not built. But I don't believe we would risk our housing element being decertified and then being subject to builder's remedy if a developer chooses not to come in and build, even though we've zoned for it and planned for it.
I'm sorry, if I can, Commissioner Craig.
Actually, I wanted to talk a little bit about the FAR, but in this case for Artesia Boulevard, which, and some of the reasons why this idea was proposed originally in the council. And I had a couple examples. I know that staff's working on some stuff, but using PowerPoint, I kind of put something together to kind of show very quickly what it might look like in some areas.
Computer whiz.
So if you could put on 104.
Jamal,
Jamal?
104.
Oh, 1B, I'm sorry. Whoa,
Oh,
way up.
1B.
I didn't think it was 3 digits, but 1B.
There it is.
So the initial idea for, and this is to try to revitalize the Artesia corridor, by increasing the density, you can make it more economically feasible for a business to build up onto it. Right now, we have the setbacks, the parking. We have what we have because that's what the zoning's been. Couple other things that I've spoken to the council member district for Mr. Obaji about this in the past, and the main thing they wanted to do was make it more economically feasible. If they build up, they could probably also afford to put underground parking, and then also wanted to have some type of alley access in the back to make it more serviceable so it wouldn't impact traffic in the front. Now this particular property, I kind of picked at random because it's right next to one of my favorite bamboo or Thai restaurants called Bamboo Thai. It's where I go to eat Thai food. It's a good place.
What's the cross street on that?
It's Rulin and Artesia Boulevard. I think it's Rin. No, it's Rulin or Rin. I'll find out. So I've had it on the map.
Okay.
But anyway, this lot here is 2202 Artesia Boulevard. And I picked this because it's a pretty good example of what a 0.75 is now and what it would be if you raised it to 1.5. So there's an overview. This is where the lot is. And you can kind of see the percentage of the lot. It's a nice big square lot. You can see the building on the side fills up about 0.75 of it. So again, this is like an overview of where the lot is. The dimensions is about 13,000 square foot approximately, and the little smaller red line in the middle is the building that's there. Now, this is the actual exact dimensions of the lot. It's 13,000 and some change. Building's about 9,800 square feet, so right now it's a 0.75. If you doubled it, which would be about this number, and then leave this little corridor, this would be like for an alley access, which actually is already there now. So you would have to change it. So what would happen if you took that building and then made it 1.5? There you go.
Oh, okay.
Not a real dramatic change.
Can I ask you there, is that that's one floor?
There's one floor.
Okay, the original's one floor and it
Mhm.
goes to a second floor.
Yeah, so
Wow,
now the other caveat was they did not want to have any buildings above 2 floors, because that was something we talked about at the last meeting. Well, if we increase the FAR, are we going to end up with 3 or 4 story buildings or like
Right.
Montecito?
Right.
Well, the intent is not to do that. And I always wanted to show there you could do that without making it 4 stories.
Okay.
So it's pretty straightforward. And I don't know if you want to, I have some stuff with the fire stations, but that's different. But anyway, just to show a simple example, that's what it would basically look like. And
So
you'd
the
be at
FAR would be 1.75?
1.5.
1.5 double.
1.5, okay.
1.5.
Double.
Do you guys agree with that? We're going to save you a bunch of work. Does that look like a 1.5?
I think it does based on at the last meeting, we provided that diagram and showed the different FARs and what it looks like in 3 dimensions.
Right.
And it would lend itself to 2 or maybe 3-story building.
Okay,
and
so
that looks
even
like that's-
to the left there, we've got a bunch of little buildings.
Yeah, 'cause
You
it's-
could look at exactly the same thing. We'd probably end up with maybe a deeper building, 2 floors.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought that'd be helpful just so we could visualize it because obviously we don't want to have 5, 6-story buildings lining Artesia Boulevard, but
Right.
it seems like it's doable.
It's reasonable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and economically, again, the idea is to try to, for parking, obviously, we want to get more people to come down and use the facility. There's a lot of street parking that isn't being utilized now in Artesia.
Okay.
But doing it something like this, you could actually make it more feasible to build underground parking.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Lamb? I'm sorry, did you want to keep going? I apologize.
That's all I just wanted to show on Artesia.
Okay, that's
Mhm.
really nice. Commissioner Lamb?
So did we, in the increase in the FAR for the 1.5, and that's the number, is that correct? That we want to increase it? Is that correct?
Yes.
And did we specify that it would only be 2 stories?
So Currently, it's, we did not change the number of stories or height in the zoning code, but we do intend to do that. And but we wanted to have some additional design standards that would accompany that before we propose up to 3 stories or taller along Artesia.
So.
That would be a different process, a different time frame.
It would. It's something that we intend to come back with after the ordinance is adopted.
Gotcha.
And we can take a deeper dive on what the standards would be that would be associated with a taller building.
Kind of within the ACAP, correct?
That's correct.
And what's the existing number of stories?
It's 2.
2. Okay.
Is it 30 feet, Sean? Is that right?
Yeah, it's 30 feet.
30 feet.
Anybody
Okay.
else?
Are we still on the issue that Rob brought up in terms of the more than 7 stories? Because my thoughts on that are I'm a little hesitant to think about offering gigantic, I agree, everyone agrees, that's eyesore place, great place to put it. It does, I think, though, you're not going to get all of our affordable housing there. It's not going to happen.
They won't let us.
They won't let us. It's not going to be legal. I mean, there's a lot of things that just scare me about that. And it also scares me to think about saying 10 stories maximum anywhere in Redondo Beach. Because that's going to get noticed, and then that's going to say, why don't we do that here? So I'm a little hesitant to do that. And if that will solve the problem and they have their remedies in case they do need to get that 8th or 9th floor and put 50% affordable housing, more power to them, great. But I'm a little hesitant that we set that standard.
I agree.
That scares me a little.
So, anybody else? Did we want to?
I have more questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is an easy one. If we go to the map that you provided us. Right, so we have the current zoning map. You've provided that.
Current zoning map, okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Current,
Either one, it's good.
it takes a minute to load here.
Okay, yeah. And you scroll down to Wiley Avenue, to your left,
Oh, Wiley.
right? Okay, so you see the 2 green, right?
Yeah, here I can
Okay,
zoom
so
in.
to the south, to the south of Wiley Lane, I'm sorry, I said Avenue. To the south of Wiley Lane, it says here that it's P Pro. Well, there's houses there. There's no open space, right?
I see.
No. There's no open space south of Wiley Lane. It's all
Wiley.
so there's no open space south of Wiley Lane. Yes. It's all housing. It's all housing.
Actually, Sheila, there might be.
Well, it's the south, it's the Wiley south.
Wiley South.
Wiley Lane
Okay.
ends
I live
at
2
Goodman.
blocks from there.
This isn't
And
a
then
good
cuts across in this
representation.
little alleyway.
This is
So
Wiley
those
Lane.
P-pros should all be green. There shouldn't be the X, the white X in the middle of it.
Can you bring it up?
Yeah.
No, Wiley Lane
Steinberg ends.
is a
See if I can-
alleyway.
As you know, I live right down the street.
It's an alleyway, right?
Well, it's an alleyway. It actually is not connected to the Wiley Lane that goes from Harper down to Goodman. It goes off to the south and then goes as an alley. So what that map has is the 2
Oh.
crosses that are in there should not be there. Those roads don't exist.
Yeah.
Steinhardt ends at Wiley Lane. So that's a mistake in the map.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, it's showing those right-of-ways continuing through.
Oh, I see.
Those have been vacated, so that should,
Imagine it's.
the boundary is correct.
It's a big hole.
It's
like that
just
right
those
here.
Right.
white
Okay.
right-of-way lines are
You have to
incorrect.
drive really
Okay.
fast to make it
Okay.
artesian, really fast.
All right.
Okay,
Um,
go ahead, Sheila.
Okay, so,
So if there's a big hole there.
so on, back to attachment A, 10-1.504, A and B. Can you explain to us the lot combinations and where they apply?
Let's see. Am I on is it page A2? Is that where you're at, or?
Attachment A,
Yes.
10-1.504, A
Okay,
and B.
504. Okay,
There you go.
yeah.
A and B. So this is talking about lot combinations, is that correct?
Yes, lot combinations. And it's essentially it was a little tricky to figure out how we were going to amend this section because it depends, again, as Mark's pointed out a couple of times, the density and the number of units doesn't change, right? So, but we had a provision that if you were you couldn't combine more than, I think it's 2 lots. More than 2 adjacent lots without going into the, getting out of the director level administrative approval process and it getting kicked into the planning commission, right?
Right,
But
right.
for 15 units, so you got to think about 15 units, that's going to take more on, let's say, an R3 lot or even an RMD lot, so many
Okay.
of them. You're going to have to combine like 3 lots, or if you try to combine 3 lots and it's, let's say it, based on density becomes 12 or 13 units, that you would, if we didn't amend this, because you were combining 3 lots, you'd have to come here, which would violate the other provisions in the zoning ordinance. So we
Okay.
had to strike that, involving more than 2 lot adjacent lots provision because that was going to be inconsistent with the 15 unit limit for administrative.
Right,
kind of
right. Okay,
So for example, in the R2 zone, you're allowed 1 unit per 3,000 square feet of lot.
right.
So to do 15 units, you would need 45,000 square feet,
Right.
which would be a pretty sizable property.
And it'd be much more than 2 lots
Right,
to
right.
get that. And
And we just discussed earlier, right, that it's unlikely that in the R2, it'd be unlikely that you'd have those 3 lots.
yes, but we had to write the ordinance to consider those because
Right.
that 15 unit administrative limit
Got it.
covers the R2 lots. So we don't
Right.
think that's going to happen for them, but
Right.
we couldn't have a subdivision ordinance provision that kicked it to planning commission when the zoning allowed it to be administrative.
I see. So it's a detail that you had to tie up.
Yes, yes.
Right. Okay, 10-2.1436, B2. I just wanted to point out that we've already visited this earlier. This is about the AHO, right? It's about the AHO sections, that the open space requirement is reduced to 5%. So just so that everybody knows, that's a big reduction for open space. So on your 7 to 10 foot storied apartment complex, right? They don't have to meet the regular requirement for open space. They only have to have, it's reduced to to 5%, right? That's 5% of the, what?
I think it's the FAR.
FAR.
Yes.
Okay, right.
Well, see, the taller you build it, the smaller the footprint can be.
Yeah.
You get the same number of units in there. And so that creates more open, ground level open space.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay, okay.
So if you're into open space, you're gonna like my 10-story idea.
No, not if you have this, come on, open space, where's
It's
open
called a
space?
tall and
Open
skinny. Have you ever been to New York City?
Have you ever seen the
12
Delphi
stories with a
on the
rooftop
Esplanade?
vegetable garden.
It's
Get the
That
Nick
may
Market
be.
guy
So-
in here.
Okay, the last question is the small lot, excuse me, the small lot development, program 11. In the code revisions that you presented to us, where is small lot development? Or is it? Is it?
It isn't,
It is not?
no.
Okay,
Some of the programs don't require a zoning ordinance amendment, so,
okay,
we didn't,
You
they have
didn't.
other requirements, but they didn't require an amendment to the zoning ordinance.
okay. And that's it, that's it for me.
Anyone else? Have any questions or anything? Okay, so yes, now, does anybody still need, after Commissioner Craig's presentation, an idea of what the Artesia Aviation Corridor will look like at a 1.5, or are we good with that? I mean, I'm good with it. Are you good with it? Yeah. Yeah, I was afraid we were, yeah, everybody? As well? Yeah.
The only thing I was thinking that it would be nice to have different examples in different places that are already built out that we could see. That's what I would thought we were getting, not just there. So we
Oh,
know
you mean
it's,
other areas?
yeah,
So what-
0.75,
yeah, so-
1.25 and 1.5.
Just imagine adding a second floor to everything.
Well, that would be on those, but then what about?
That's my point, is that's easy to see. You take 0.75, you make 1.5, you make it 2. But there's a lot of other configurations. You can make it, wider, you can have, different, you can have it W-shaped. There's a lot of weird things that
Yes.
could be there, and I just don't know what those look like.
So are you okay with the Artesia Aviation? And where
Yeah.
would you like to see staff work on?
Just coming up with some examples of the different
So maybe-
0.75, 0.125, 0.25, 0.50. It would be great to see those in different areas.
So like maybe the
And
city
so
hall?
some of the different ways it happens. I've never seen, well, I have seen, but I've seen different kinds of configurations of buildings, and it's easier to figure out 1 to 2 stories, but
Okay.
the other ones I'm not so clear on.
What is the Legato FAR?
Oh, gosh, I should know this.
That was going to be.
It looks really big.
Yeah, really. That was going to be one of the examples that we are going to return with.
I would love to
and,
see that.
And really, the focus is going to be on the public institutional
The
zones, because I think that's where there's concern about the FAR. Well,
Okay.
clearly there is.
Okay, that would be great.
so we
I
will-
had concerned on Artesia Aviation because I just didn't know what those streets were going to look like. But after Commissioner Craig's presentation, I'm fine with that. Okay, so then the other public zones for next meeting. Okay, great. And then so 2 weeks ago, what we did was we said, is everybody good with the zoning, with the changes that that Commissioner Lamb made and all of that? And I think we can do the same thing on the presentation from Planning Manager Scully. So are we good with that? Are we good with that presentation that we got? Is everybody okay with that? Straw vote? Yes, 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 yes. So we all are. There we go. Done. Okay. Yes.
Because I'm playing catch up on a little bit of this.
Right,
As far
right.
as some of the more intricate zoning codes where it's, ends in a 2A or a 3C. Where do I go to just get, this is a breakdown of pretty much every zoning code you can
It's-
find?
Yeah, here,
We know the basic ones, but we get to those 4 or 5 digit ones.
it's really, the best place are, are the attachments A, B, and C.
Okay.
Those break down, the subdivision ordinance changes in attachment A.
There we go. MU3B. Okay.
Yeah, and it shows when you were reviewing it, the language, there's kind of an explanation, and then it says what section it is, and then it'll actually show the language, and if it's underlined, that means we're adding it. If you got a strike through, it's being amended. So you can see, a lot of it, like Mark said, it's a lot of little tweaks that, we just had to make because the housing element program 13 specifically was telling us we had to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. If this body was interested in adding language, not changing anything, but adding language to the municipal code, would this be, I'm hesitant to say, let's add it tonight, but how would that be done? Or maybe, will there be additional opportunities for additions to the municipal code
Can you give
as
an
we move
example?
forward?
Can you give an example, Sheila, of that?
Yes, I can. As you know. PI.
Indeed.
Right.
I know, what was that?
PI, public
Pardon me?
institutional.
Yes.
Public institutional is a controversial topic. And one of the things that came to my mind was maybe it would be helpful if we clarified more than is in the municipal code now, but really clarified at a more detailed level the purpose of the zone. And I have some examples of additions, especially when it comes to adjacent properties. I have some examples from another municipality where I thought they did a really nice job of explaining the purpose, and also when development, some additional requirements for development on the PI, not in terms of changing the FAR, none of that. So that's your example.
Yeah, okay. Can you tell me, so next meeting in September, will you have another section you're going to present, or have we made it through all of them?
We're through it all, yeah.
We've made, all of them. However, we will be bringing the EIR forward at that time as well. And at that meeting, you'll be making your formal recommendation to the city council on the general plan, the zoning ordinance, the EIR, and any changes you want to make to the document. We will, we're going to bring a track changes version that highlights the edits that were recommended by the planning commission.
Okay.
And we will present that to the city council. So for example, if you do want to modify the definition of the PI zone in the zoning code, maybe even in the general plan also, we could certainly do that and then draft up a version of it, and that will be presented to the council to consider incorporating it into the final document.
What I would propose would not be of any conflict with the EIR, right? It wouldn't have any impact on the EIR. It would just be an explanation.
I would say not unless it substantially changes the land use of that zone or expands it for additional uses that were not anticipated.
Correct. Yeah.
And if the process, I know this is a bit of an expedited process, if it were not we would just go back and make it, we would have the EIR match whatever changes we made to the code and then recirculate it. But because we're on this fast track
Yes.
with it, there's a little bit less time to do that.
Right.
I'm going to ask another question.
Go ahead.
Is there any risk that, we heard tonight, a challenge to the EIR, correct, from the lawyer?
But that was a threat.
That
It was a threat.
was that a threat?
It's a
I
parade,
thought- I
a
took it
parade
as
of
one.
horribles, they call it. That's illegal. You don't have, you're not sure about the law. You're not sure whether you can convince the jury. You come out with a parade of horribles.
Parade of horribles.
That's what attorneys say.
Well, that certainly caught my ear.
I would say with the EIR, there's always risk in CEQA, subject to lawsuits. And in this case, we did have the city attorney team review it, and in particular, attorneys that are CEQA litigators. So we feel it's sufficient and defensible. However, it's pretty common to challenge the CEQA aspect of a project if you oppose a particular aspect of it.
Okay. So this
The
wasn't,
project comes forward, and as of yet, we have no project, so, right? Yeah, we don't have a project.
Oh, for their,
What, yeah,
well, the project in this case is the general plan update, the zoning ordinance amendment,
okay.
and the
okay.
EIR.
Right.
And
Okay.
so when this comes back to the planning commission at the next meeting, we do want to address the school district issue they raised about the open space versus public institutional. We're going to take a closer look at the FAR for the public institutional. And I think those were the two main outstanding items, in addition to providing examples of floor area ratio.
Okay. Okay.
perfect, perfect.
Okay.
Motion to continue the public hearing to the next meeting, September 19th, 2024.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do
Anybody
we need to do
opposed?
anything more formal with with our approval?
No, I think we were all in consensus that we agreed with the presentation as Mr. Scully presented it. Okay. So, items from staff.
I think we covered everything.
Yeah, we covered a lot. I will give one update, and that's that last week we launched our new permitting system. It's called City Tech Solutions.
Uh-huh.
And it allows the applicants to submit applications online. So there's still work to be done in terms of, improving the software, customizing it. A lot of work went into just launching it. But so far, as of early this week, we had 200 individuals that created accounts, and we are accepting applications online now. And hopefully we'll be able to start producing some really accurate reports that we can bring to the planning commission meeting, and you could just get a sense of what the activity levels are in our department. So
that'd be good.
the system will
Yeah.
provide the ability to do that as well.
Okay, how about
Thank you.
commission items and referral to staff? Anybody? No?
I have something.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Cotton.
Over here.
Go.
Okay. So I didn't get to say it at the end of J1, but I just wanted to thank Planning Manager Scully and Associate Planner Banfield for the great work they did on that, putting that together in the presentation, the recommendation that they made. My nay vote was no reflection of the great work that you did.
No offense taken.
Also, I just want to say I appreciate the public turnout at today's meeting. It was really great to see, including we had a high school student, so I was really pleased with that. And then the last thing is a communication issue. Do you all remember before we did the remodel in here, there used to be lights in the chair. If you wanted to speak, you pressed the button and then the chairman would
Yeah.
And then you'd know if you were next or or the one after that. You remember, anybody remember that?
Yeah, it still works, but with the mayor only, I guess. The mayor controls it in the council meetings, because they do that in the mayor, the council meetings.
And he takes the lights home with him at the end
Well,
of the
no,
meeting?
there's some
or-
way that they control through the, you know. Wait, I thought he had something in
Are
here
they
where it
using
popped
an
up.
They're using something.
Yeah.
Then why aren't we using
But
it?
they're
Whatever
all-
the solution is,
Yeah.
I would recommend that we do something like that in commission meetings, because then, you know, it makes it easier for everybody.
Just throw something at me. Damn.
Say, hey,
I
you.
wasn't gonna go there, but
no, you-
okay.
Just make sure you ask for Commissioner Jason.
And we're not talking over each other, and anyway.
Yeah, so
That'll
We
still
like
happen.
to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a feature, not a bug. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
Second that?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. You
Opposed?
too.